are not in a religious state. You see this? Because they impose much higher moral standards. So always use the computer responsibly for your own benefit and the benefit of others. In default, prepare to go to jail. Is that good news? Preparation, just to be aware that you can go to prison, isn't it? Okay, but before you go to prison, how do courts read the charges? If I had time, I would have brought my law student to do 2 minutes to read the charge, but let me just do it. When you go to court, you go to the police prepare what is called a charge sheet. How many of you have seen charge sheet? Seen, not understanding, just seeing. This is how a charge sheet looks like. Next one. It is written a charge sheet. Up there it's written Republic of Kenya, Nyamage Police Station, code file number E something something something. Yes. Then they will call your name. Who was the accused? Was he Koriri Koech? We change or the same person? The same, isn't it? There will be your name here on the particulars. Now up there will be your name. I didn't know which name to write, so I didn't write. The charge will be count 1, unlawful access to Duma platform system of Kisii University, contrary to section 1410 of the Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. Then the particulars will be on the 19th of March, just about 2 days ago, because you are not supposed to stay in police cells for more than 24 hours. On 19th of March 2024, being a second-year student of Kisii University in the School of CIST, because it cannot be in the School of Law, in the School of CIST, you gained access to the Huduma Bora platform, knowing that such access was unauthorized and caused the system to malfunction permanently. Then you are asked, the clerks will ask you, kweli au rongo, isn't it? They will ask you, do you admit the charge? But in most times they ask you, ni kweli ama si ukweli, isn't it? And the advice I'm giving you is that even if you destroyed the entire computer, just deny. Because you see, when you go to court, you are an accused person. You are not, you have 3 status. I didn't mention the other one. When you go to prison, you are given a promotion, you become a convict. At the police station, you are a suspect. In court, you are an accused person. In prison, you are a convict. Don't make yourself a convict. Deny the charge, then you will ask us, you will have time, consult with us, then we can come to court and defend you, isn't it? And also the court provides the defenses, isn't it? The law provides certain defenses, which we cannot discuss at this time. But you see, the defense which is already here, you can see clearly, is knowing, having knowledge that there was an intention. So one of the defenses that we shall raise in court is we shall say, Your Honor, the accused person had no knowledge at all that the action he was doing was unlawful or was going to cause those consequences. So knowing is an element of the charge. So one of the defenses, the first defense we raise is that you had no knowledge. Who could you didn't know? Because the law provides for that defense. Are we together? Okay. Last but most importantly, the next one. It's not there. It's not there, isn't it? Last but most importantly, thank you for listening to me.
Appreciate the Dean again. I know he has challenged us and we have quite a number of questions, yeah, on responsibility. Kindly keep your question. We shall ask after the next presenter. So that we make progress, because there's someone who is online. We want to introduce him. I want to welcome Edgar to introduce our next presenter. Thank you, Dean, for that. We shall be responsible and we shall deny. We shall deny until you come. Welcome.
Shaggy said, see, you know Shaggy, it wasn't me. Sindio? Hata ukipatikana, it wasn't me. So we are picking that from Dr. Witui. We will deny. Can I have online laptop on for the room? Because the next presenter is online. It's Mr. Paul Solomon, and there is his presentation as well. You will. You have been brought in slowly from the first time this project was to safely say that we are reaching a point where ethics and artificial intelligence are becoming synonymous with one thing. We are getting to a point where we are comfortable and we are happy with what we are. So as we continue to operate, as we continue to prepare, as we continue to, prepare the matters that we are doing in terms of the projects that we have, in terms of even the personal projects, let alone the projects that are going to give you your degree, because I know most of you right now, if you meet for the years, they are all talking about project. Hata mtihani ya for the year it's nothing, it's project zinapeleka watu mbio. I know we are all focused on that, but we have our own personal projects. You saw in your group the PI for this project talking about different people who are getting opportunities. We had the presidential initiative team that was in Morindat in Naivasha just this week. Currently, they're finishing that program today. And Morindat wakimaliza waingie safari rally, this is the weekend. So they are there courtesy of innovation. And this is the time to tell you that don't shy away with your innovation. Don't hold on to your innovation. Because as you shy away with your innovation, someone else is being bold with theirs. They are reaching out to people. They are getting support. They are pitching their ideas. Right now in this room, we have north of 100 and I don't know how many IQ people in the room. People who are business-oriented minds, all who can assist you with opportunities, who can assist you with platforms. Yes. So let's not shy of our programs. It's even personal projects that we have, I think about a few months ago, to questions about Silicon Valley. This is it. This is what we're talking about. It's your brains. It's your minds. It's you being the person that you are, creating and making sure that the world out there can benefit in what you're doing. So look at the problems that are in the world. We are not short of any problem. There are so many problems. You can solve one. And if you can solve one, then that one solution can give you your future. It can be the next best thing that we will be able to realize. So be patient and get there. On stage, I don't know if we are good, technical. Please bring up the guys online. Able to hear from here and we're able to see him. And can I have one camera face the audience so that as for us we'll be able to see him, but we want him to be able to see us. So can we have this camera come, I think, on stage and then face the audience so that he can see who he is talking to in the program. Sorry, this is the first online presentation and we want to get it right so that after that, those who are online, I know we have Kamal from India who is online as well. I also know we have Ann Salim Director Wakara Technologies, who is online as well. Those ones we will be smoother than this first one. So just bear with us as we bring this on. As we wait, does anybody have a question for Dr. Muitui? Anyone with a question? Because I see we have a minute or so waiting for them to come. Anyone with a question for Dr. Muitui as we wait? He is still available. There's a question there. Kyoko, do you have another mic? You can give this one. Just stand up and then you can ask your question as we continue setting up. Please introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Okay, my name is Griffin Ombogo. I'm a 4.2 student, and my question is, in the realm of responsible computing, how do we justify the use of AI in developing AI weapons that pose threat to humanity? And also, as countries compete in AI weaponization supremacy, where do we draw the ethical line?
Come up again for him, please. Second question.
The second question is, as countries compete in AI weaponization supremacy, where do we draw the ethical line?
I think it's better we handle one question at a time, because some of them combine. 3/4 of the question is science oriented. So I may not combine 50 science questions. Now, when you talk about AI and wisdom, so that you can improve the lives of humanity, isn't it? Now, AI, who can tell me roughly, historically, when it came as part of, when was it innovated? Roughly. Okay, it was not there in 1900, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, but still human beings lived their lives, isn't it? Who can tell me when AI is going to end? Nobody knows, isn't it? Now, the question is, in your view, do you think AI can also be overtaken by another new technology which we don't know yet? Is it possible? Is it possible, isn't it? Very good. So, when we talk about civilization, during the Greek times and during the Roman Empire, humanity had its own levels of civilization. And they were happy with that, isn't it? Yes. Then we had the Industrial Revolution. Now we have technology, isn't it? We don't know what will come again. Technology will be there. We shall be having improvements and improvements and improvements, isn't it? So what will happen is that humanity sets their standards according to what is available. And what God does is to put controls, to create parameters, to create boundaries within which any innovation or any technology can operate for purposes of benefiting humanity wisely. Because a technology can be harmful or beneficial or both, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. Help human beings. It will destroy them. Even AI can do that. Any technology has the potential to states and the international community will be able to put controls. That's where we have international law that governs the conduct of not human beings, but states, so that they can have certain minimum standards of protecting humanity. So in short, at every stage, humanity will always get a system of protecting itself from potential of new technology, but at the same time, without hindering the benefits that accrue from such a technology. Are you getting me? Yeah. So it comes, every case will be dealt with on its own merit. Kenya will have its domestic standards. We can have international standards, but Kenya can have its own domestic standards. Why? Because the life of students can be endangered. But importantly, there should be a witness to tell the vice chancellor what happened on the way, isn't it? That's what the rules say. But is it true that students go to town 2 or 3 or 4? Sometimes you sneak one person, then you are beaten. Police station and gold. You see, ethics matter that you cannot have uniform standards. Even if there is competition, it's up to Kenyans to see what they can do so that they can favorably compete with the international community, isn't it? That's where we say we have overlapping and conflicting interests. And every country must seek a balance, a reasonable balance, between the benefits of technology and the potential harm of technology. Have I given you at least 50% of the answer?
Yeah, sure.
Or slightly more?
Yeah, slightly more.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we ready for online? I need to sit up here before I start introducing them. I am just checking. Yes. Okay. Could we please spotlight Paul Solomon? Yes, that one. Please spotlight side by side. Wonderful. I think we see him now. Mr. Paul, are you able to hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Is my voice clear enough? I think I lost the audio now.
We can hear you. Just give us a...
Yeah.
Could you say something?
Yes. Good morning.
Wonderful.
Everyone.
Very wonderful. Very wonderful. Very
Thank you.
wonderful. Okay. To avoid interference,
It's echoing.
after that, to my mic, and it will be you. When you hear silence, you're cued to go. So, ladies and gentlemen in the room, Paul Solomon, with 25 years of experience, Mr. Solomon is deeply passionate about leveraging technology to drive business transformation. As the founder of Solomon's International, he is dedicated to helping organizations harness the power of cloud computing, AI-driven solutions, and digital transformation strategies to streamline operations and achieve sustainable growth. His dual master's degree in engineering and artificial intelligence reflect his commitment to staying at the forefront of innovation. Through his work, he continues to inspire business to embrace change and realize their full potential in this digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, please put a round of applause for Mr. Solomon and let's welcome him on stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Can you hear me? Professor, can you hear me? Hello. Okay. So I wasn't given the pattern of how the presentation is going to be. I can share my screen and show the presentation if that works out. All right. I can see it. Once again, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you guys and share my ideas and thoughts on AI as per the title, Responsible and Ethical Artificial Intelligence. Next slide, please. This is not my screen. So could you please go to the next screen? Okay. All right. Now I see it. Okay. So what I'd like to cover is a brief background about our company, our involvement with AI, and a little background about the AI itself, and finally get into the ethical and responsible use of AI, both from the system standpoint and from the usage of AI standpoint. Our journey started uh, uh, about 5 years ago, actively. Personally, I was involved in AI way back in the 90s when I did my master's in New Zealand. But then during that time, it was purely in the research space. The AI has been in the research space. Um, so I kind of wanted to get into, my background is mechanical engineering, but I wanted to get into computers with my practice and training. I was able to get into computers. But at that time when I was doing my master's, AI was in the very pure research area. So I did few research articles in AI, and then I went into computers because I wanted to be in the commercial space of the computer science. But back in about 5, 6, 7 years onwards, the AI started getting into commercial world. That's when I said, okay, let me use my
my
knowledge that I
my
gained.
knowledge that I knowledge that I knowledge that I knowledge.
It was echoing for me. Um, I hope you guys can hear me. So what I was saying is, we about 5, 6 years ago, we got into commercial side of the AI because it was introduced into the market with the commercial intent and commercial possibilities of AI. So since that time, we've been developing the products. Let me see if I can share my screen because uh, whoever is sharing, it's coming on and off. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen, the PowerPoint presentation. Paul, can you text me if you can see my screen or not? I'm not getting any feedback, so I don't know what I'm doing. Whether what I'm doing is audible and visible or not. But I guess I'll continue. Okay, so let me give you a little background about the AI, and then I'll tell you what we are doing. Right. So the AI, uh, like Mr. Dean said, it's a 30, 40 years work. It's been going on. We are seeing the real stuff with the AI now, but the work has been going on for 40, 50 years. So in the 1990s, we took a baby steps towards the AI at that time. So the language modeling, right? That's how we started. What that means is we started teaching computers language. Just like you teach a little baby, just like the baby picks up the language, we started teaching the grammar, started teaching the vocabulary, and all the aspects of the language fundamentals. We took the baby steps, the researchers, I mean, they took the baby steps in teaching computers to understand and generate language. So it started in 90s, 1990s. During that time, basically the AI, if you can sum it up in a one sentence, it's all about predictions, right? It's predicting certain words as it's creating language, as it's generating language. So in the very initial stage, they took a baby steps of feeding the programs with the small words. It's called n-gram models. Those models were mainly using the statistics and probability functions. It was able to predict the next words. Then in the 2000s, that's when the neural networks got introduced. Okay, that's the major invention at that time. Basically, neural networks are the computer programs modeled after how our brain works. So our brain consists of neurons, right? Basically, billions of neurons, and each neuron is communicating between each neuron. When when we see certain vision, certain object, then that object gets registered in our brain, and that information is processed among the neurons, and the output of that is, now we can say, oh, that object is a chair, or any object that you see. So that's the processing, that's the logic uh, that they implemented in computers, and that is nothing but neural networks. So once the neural networks was invented, then a lot of stuff could be done. So basically, neural network is, you feed the network with some data, and it recognizes the patterns in that data, and then it's able to, even with the new, if you supply new data to it, it's able to predict the output of that data. So basically, in a simple terms, because of neural networks, we have given the computers the learning capability, right? So now we have the computers have the learning capability. Now whatever you feed it, feed the network, it is able to learn. You feed the network with the words, sentences, it's able to learn the sentence, the meaning, the context of the each word, and how each word is related to one another. So from that's the stage, that's the invention, a major invention. That's when the real AI stuff started. So in 2018, during that time, there are some models developed like BERT, Elmo, and those are pre-LLM models. They were still capable, but not as good as the current models, the way they are functioning now. So, and then, like I said before, it's all in the data, right? Then you have the neural network, and you have to supply the neural network with the data. The more data you supply to it, the more knowledgeable, more intelligent it becomes, because it's able to understand the patterns between large amount of data. It becomes more knowledgeable. So that is how the current large language, the models now, they are called large language models. The AI systems are large language models. They are supplied with billions of tokens, billions of data into it. So that's how they became so powerful. I'm going to go through those slides. But what are we doing with this progression of the powerful AI? So we have three products that we developed. One is the educational training product, which covers the whole sequence, how the whole progress history of this AI in a practical way. It gives the student step by step how it progressed, what are the foundations of AI, and each of the concepts within the foundation. From there, we take all the way to large language models, the powerful models. It also includes, this training also includes one aspect. So now we know these large language, these AI systems now are very powerful. You might have, most of you might have tried out this chat GPT, I'm sure. You know how powerful they are. The way I look at it, the way I put it is, it's like having an assistant who has the world knowledge, right? You ask anything, it'll answer for you. You give certain tasks, digital tasks, it'll perform those stuff for you. So it's like having a powerful assistant beside you that can answer questions from any subject. So that's what we are covering in this training module. It takes you all the way through the concept and shows you the practical applications of the concept. Why I was saying this, the other thing is that, um, so now you have the powerful models, powerful AI systems that can answer your question. But if you're thinking about some complex problem to be solved by this AI system, they are capable. They right now they're at a PhD level. It can tackle PhD level problems. That's the power right now. But you have to ask in certain way. You have to be knowledgeable enough, clever enough to extract that power, all that vast amount of knowledge. You have to ask in certain way. So I think prompt engineering. That's where prompt engineering comes in. There are a lot of techniques in prompt engineering, right? The way you ask the model, the AI in a certain way to get the exact answer. So that is also covered in our training, which is available right now. We have a training program as well. Not only the system, the system we built is supposed to be self-taught. You self-train. You can go into the system, get all these concepts. So we have two other products. Sorry, it's pretty late here. It's right now it's 4 a.m. So my throat is getting dried up, I guess due to lack of sleep. So if you see me yawning, excuse me. Pardon me for that. But these two other products, um, I hope this is interesting for you, what I'm talking about. One product, you might have heard tenders, right? Tenders and RFPs, requests for proposals. When a company wants to wants certain products or services, they they issue a tender. And that's a term in Kenya, right? Over here we call it request for proposals. By the way, I'm in the U.S., so I'm on the U.S. Times. So this product takes that tender, you supply the tender to the system, this WinOps system. It'll understand that document, maybe a 100-page document. It'll understand the whole thing, extracts the required information, and it has the knowledge of that document. If somebody is responding to that tender, preparing a document in response to the tender, this system will help that user to create that proposal in a very short period of time using AI. And another product we have is for the recruiting, staffing. It's a very simplistic, high level. It matches the candidates and jobs together with the very precise match percentage. It can give you the result, either candidate looking for a job or companies looking for candidates. It can do the tie-up and present you as a candidate, as a student looking for a job. It presents you the jobs that you're looking for. And as a company, it presents you the candidates that matches to your job. So, so basically that's the background of AI and our experience, our journey with AI. You're free to ask any questions while I'm explaining. I don't know if there is a way you can ask the questions. Probably the mic has to be brought out to you. Okay, so now um, coming back to our topic of today, responsible and ethical AI. So the systems, or when these systems are created, they took the large amount of data from online, the internet data, the books, and everything. So there could be some biased text, some negative text within that data, right? So there is a potential that these systems also learn those negative sides of the society. So that is one thing we have to keep in mind. Another thing is um, the researchers who build these systems, they kept that in mind. They came up with a way to counter those things, but at the same time, we still have to be critical and looking out for those kind of negative effects of the human values. That's where the ethical AI comes into play. And as these AI systems are so powerful, you could use it to in a negative way as well. It has all the knowledge, including positive and negative. So you could get the information, something like how to do certain bad thing. It could answer you potentially because it has the knowledge of the entire internet and thousands of books and everything. So that's where we need, as a user, we need to be careful about those kind of things. I'll be going through those things, how they try to limit or avoid those kind of negative aspects of the system, and what we need to do. I'll be going through those things. Next slide, please. Okay, that's me. I'm controlling it. Okay, so, so all these AI systems, basically, I categorize into two. One is ChatGPT kind of systems where some companies are building those systems, building those models, training them with vast amount of data, right? So that means they have a certain knowledge, certain world knowledge, certain type of vast amount of knowledge. That is one type. Another type is these AI systems, which are produced by individual enterprises, companies. They need to tweak these systems. They need to train these systems so that these systems, AI systems, have the knowledge of the company, right? A company, maybe an insurance company, they want to automate certain processes. They want to use AI for that purposes, right? Then they have to feed that AI with this insurance process knowledge, which is specific to that company. That's where this custom AI system come into play. So there's two types of AI systems. The first one is ChatGPT kind of thing, kind of system, which is available publicly and commercially for everybody. And they are, as you can see, to give you an idea of what kind of data that they are trained on. It's 11,000 books. That's the first phase. Later on, they kept on training them with more and more data, and they're basically using up all the data existing. So, so now they are resorting to synthetic data. The AI systems themselves, they're creating some data and they are using that type of data as well. So the books and the whole internet and Reddit and Wikipedia and the code. The interesting thing about the code, right? The code is a lot of developers as they're writing the code, they're putting it on GitHub. A lot of open source codes are there, which is open for public. So they also used to train these models. And I'm calling models, AI systems, LLMs interchangeably. They're all the same. So the special thing about the code is because the code, as your computer science, undergraduates, right? So it's all nothing but logic, right? If then rules. There's a lot of logic in there. So because this code is also supplied as a way of training to these systems, and because this code has the logic in it, these systems started to learn the reasoning, the logic, how to think logically. This is one of the main source of these AI systems to become, to have that reasoning capability, the logic and all that. There are other things also. People have the researchers and the developers have supplied the systems with other type of data as well, which helps them to learn the logic to be reasonable, to implement the reason within the system. And few more, all these databases are used to train these systems to give a certain capability. Um, and there are a lot of data sets that these all these researchers have created. That's a large amount of data sets. A lot of people were involved in it. As you might know, this AI is the result of the worldwide research effort. It's not one country or another country. Everybody got together, all the scientists. They came up with the powerful technology. This technology is uh, is is the almost like an ultimate technology. It's even more powerful than when the internet came out. That's what all the technologists and experts, that's how they are viewing it. It's pretty revolutionary technology what we have now. The various databases or data sets are used to give those capabilities to those AI systems, including the languages. A lot of languages are fed into it, multiple different languages. Now they are language capable. You might have seen, you write something in English, it immediately translates into whatever language you want it to be. So that's the, um, and then the internally trained custom AI systems. So these systems, they have all those capabilities, all the training that they gained. On top of it, now you're training it further with your domain specific or task specific data. So that's your custom AI. Okay, so that the models have that additional knowledge, the specific to your industry. So to summarize both the systems, what are their capabilities at the high level, summary of their capability. Now we have this generative AI. I mentioned to you, right, in the beginning, it's basically it's predicting. These are prediction uh, models. So they're just predicting the next word. So basically there's a simple foundation for it. As they're predicting, they're also generating. Prediction is the generation of the language is the result of this prediction ability. So now they're able to generate anything. A lot of stuff can be language can be generated. It's NLP, NLG, natural language processing. That's the space it comes under. And then those two subsets within that is non-natural language generation and natural language understanding, NLP, NLG, and NLU. So now they're highly capable in terms of generating language. And then it can do, as I mentioned before, it has the logical thinking as well, reasoning power as well. So you give the system, the AI model, certain data, certain complex situation, ask it to analyze, it can do that. And then decision support systems, they can make some decisions on your behalf. For example, in the universities, during the college admissions, you train the system, you build the system, it can do the admission process as well. Select which candidate, which student is right fit, eligible to be admitted. Those kind of decisions it can take. And then educational AI assistant. Your university may or may not have it, but the chatbots. So what I'm talking about is the chatbots, AI assistants, which can function as a person, as an assistant. You know, let's say you have certain questions during the admission process. Instead of asking somebody, you give that knowledge, you train that model with the admission process. Now it has all of that knowledge. It can answer anything about the admission process. Or there may be certain assignments you may be getting. You feed the um, your professor can load that chatbot with all the assignments into it. Now you don't have to go and ask the professor. It can relieve professor of certain time trying to answer all of your questions. You can answer this chatbot. So those are educational assistants. So now we have a very powerful system at our fingertips to take advantage of. So when you have these powerful systems, it also has comes with some negative aspects, as I mentioned, right? So because they are fed with so much of amount of data, that data which is acquired from the web, internet, and there are a lot of people who may be talking negatively about something with a bias, with a racist, comments might be there. So it can learn all those things as well because it's contained in the data. As I mentioned before, whatever data you supply, it'll try to understand the patterns within the data, and it'll learn those patterns. It'll learn that behavior. So to avoid that, well, the developers, the researchers, what they have done is what is called as fine tuning. You have this powerful model. Now you want to take care of certain things that you don't want this model to do. Then you do the fine tuning, right? So from the human values standpoint, the researchers have defined certain things that these models should have, which are desirable from the human values standpoint. So they defined it and they created the data sets along those lines and fed it into it so that it can behave. Um, I'll come back to this, that it can behave uh, with honesty, helpfulness, and harmlessness. Those are the three major things. They took it up and created the data, and the system is trained. You might have seen in ChatGPT, it uses a very pleasing language. It never any rude language, right? It's because of this kind of a training that the developers have done. They created the whole lot of data and then fed it into being try, so that it can be honest. Like what I mean by that is, why does it has to be honest? Like I said, right before, these are generative systems. They are able to generate based on the knowledge that it gained from the data. So, so when the system trying to generate, sometimes it could generate not really a factual matter because it just creates. It became so creative. It could just come out with some, misinformation. So that is called hallucination. So that was one of the big problems initially when these models were released in the market. So again, developers had to go and try to reduce or eliminate that hallucination point of aspect of it. So it shouldn't be able to just generate and come out with some information which is not really factual. So that's honesty. Helpful, right? Helpful, should be willing to answer any question, help the users with whatever task or whatever question that user may have. That's helpfulness. And it should be uh, answering those questions without any harmful nature, harmful aspects in those answers. any any discriminatory aspects should not give the output. So those are the three areas that the researchers focused, prepared the data, trained it. Now that's why you see very pleasing answers from the AI. Okay. So why we are talking about this, because we are, talking about, ethical and responsive way that the system should behave, and the system, the way we should use, it should be in a responsible way. So they have covered those ethical and, responsive way from the system themselves, but still there is still a possibility. How do you address that? When a system is answering you not in a proper way, or when you're trying to, twist the system to give you some, malicious answer. How do you tackle that? So that's where, prompt engineering comes into play. You you become expert enough in the prompt engineering, how to ask the question so that it won't try to give you misinformation, or it will not answer if you're asking the model, let's say how to create some weapon or something. It will not answer because it's trained not to answer such questions. And sometimes it's not 100% foolproof that it will not give you such malicious answers. So in that's where you need to be exercising your ethical values, responsibilities, to make sure you're not misusing the system. Even in your academic environment, there is a possibility you could misuse the system. So that's where the universities have to step up and put some policies. I'm sure you may already have such an certain guidelines on how to use these systems in a ethical way. So just to add to that, to achieve these things, to achieve these goals, honesty, helpfulness, harmless, the researchers and developers have come up with some data sets which addresses those 3 points. And those are some examples of those data sets and how the data sets are constrained and for training the model, right? They provide all different scenarios, different examples, such as this. Does eating carrots give you night vision? Then the answer would be no. That's the training set. And then they could also use it as a testing set data set. And if you're asking the model that question, if it is saying yes, then that's a wrong answer, right? So that's when they use reinforced learning with human feedback, RLHF. So the reinforced learning is every time the model gives you a wrong answer, human is evaluating all the answers that the model is giving you. Then the human comes out and says that's wrong. So every time the model gives you a wrong answer, you're penalizing it. Every time it gives you a right answer, you're rewarding it. That's a reward penalizing system that is called reinforced learning. Yeah, in the education settings, when you're building the AI systems, you're setting up the AI system, there are certain things you have to keep in mind when you're training the system, preparing the system, right? These are the aspects which are again along the lines of ethical way of using the system. You have to make sure it has the fairness and transparency, accountability, and privacy aspects. Fairness, an example, during the admission process, you train your model and you set it up so that It can make some decisions on admissions as you're feeding the application, admission applications to the system. It is making some decisions, right? While it's making decisions, you have to make sure it's not being biased. There was one example of in a university. It was it was denying the admissions because it didn't have the enough data of students coming from certain areas, certain demographic background. Because it didn't have the enough data, it is thinking that okay, any application from this area, it's not a suitable application, so it's denying it. That was a problem with the model, so they had to retrain it with the more amount of data, with the diverse data as well. So any such decision it takes, it has to be transparent. It has to give the output as the reasoning why it took certain decision. That's where you might have heard explainable AI comes into play. That's the next thing that is going to come up uh, much into market. It's still not there yet, but explainable AI right now, if you look at the chat GPT, it's asking you, when you ask a question, it's giving you wonderful answers, fantastic answers. But how is it doing? You don't know, right? It doesn't tell you how it did it, if you solved a problem. So this explainable AI is where it comes into play, where it not only gives you an answer, but also gives you the full explanation internally how
Well, I don't know if you can hear us, but I think we lost your audio or something. I think we lost him. Okay. We have, as we wait for him to reconnect, we'll give him a time to continue. As we do that, we have been told we are almost ready for tea. They still have to bring in a few things. So in the next, say, 15 or 20, we shall be having our tea. And as we wait, I would like you to allow me ask our next presenter to take the 15 minutes before tea, and you'll be standing in between people and their tea. So please be active. Sorry to put you on the spot. To just give us an idea of what he does, what he has for us. Thereafter, we can go for tea, then come back and finish the program. And ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Mr. Wentland Muhatia. Wentland is a dynamic and result-driven climate change specialist with a passion for responsible AI and its intersection with sustainability. With over 7 years of experience designing and managing high-impact programs in fragile and insecure environments, he is a thought leader in addressing climate change, displacement, and conflict through innovative data-driven solutions. As a research officer at the African Technology Policy Studies Network, Wentland spearheads groundbreaking research, policy advocacy, and capacity building initiatives that integrate AI-driven innovations into sustainable development strategies. His work has influenced key policies on gender-inclusive AI, food security, climate change, making him a key voice in responsible AI governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Wendland and let us see him take us to our coffee break this afternoon. Then we can come back and finalize the session. Karibu sana Wendland. I apologize for putting you on the spot.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, all of you. So since I'm going to stand in between your tea break and my presentation, I will just talk. I'll opt to talk. I've to, yeah, so maybe the controls guy can try and catch up with me a bit later. But just to start off, as Edgar has introduced me, I work for Africa Technology Policy Studies Network, and we are a transdisciplinary network that brings together policymakers, private sector, civil society actors, and science experts to just try and confer some of, or rather proffer some of the solutions, societal solutions that we are facing on the current problems that we're experiencing. One of the solutions that we are trying to work with at the moment is we are trying to use AI to enhance food sustainability and food productivity in sub-Saharan Africa. And at the moment, we do have around 11 projects that you're supporting in terms of giving them grants so as to try and maybe implement some of these ideas so that they can move from the conceptualization stage to actually scalable, implementable, practical solutions that are there. So a lot has been said. I've had lots of presenters here talking about AI, responsible AI. And since most of you, I think, are involved in this particular project, I believe that we all know the definitions of this. But from where I come from, I think, so as to give this context, I will define responsible AI as the practice of designing, developing, and deploying AI that is lawful, ethical, robust, societal and environmental friendly with good intentions to empower people. So with that as our guiding principle of what responsible AI is, the speaker who just talked earlier, Mr. Kamal, was talking about the ethical side. I will try and focus more on the responsible side. There's just a slight difference, but we'll pick it up as we keep on. So for the controls guy, you can go to slide number 4. So as a practitioner, there are things that we've noticed since we've been funding some of these particular projects. And some of the issues that we've identified so far include probably things like data bias and representation gaps. So it will also be appropriate for me to mention that we mostly work with entrepreneurs and innovators who are trying to come up with local solutions. So some of the key issues that we are noticing is when it comes to data bias and representation gaps. So in aspects like where we have natural language processing models that are being used in most of the applications that are being produced or being churned, they are using the general languages. So English, probably French, and in some cases Mandarin, because most of these models are coming from the East. But we have a situation whereby you're working with local farmers in Nyamira or in Keumbu. Now it becomes a bit difficult, especially if they are not very well conversant with English, or most obviously they may not be very conversant with Mandarin, but they may be conversant with Swahili, or they may be conversant with their local native language, Kisii, and we are not seeing that being brought out when these particular projects are being developed. So I think we're also seeing another challenge, that is the lack of AI literacy and awareness. We find that the innovators are very quick to adopt some of the global models that have worked elsewhere, and they're trying to replicate them in a local context. Now, the issue with that is we are finding a situation whereby there's no much training that is taking place to enable that we get, how can I put it? To enable us get actually quality data that we can use to make very decisive decisions when it comes to maybe making deciding which step to take. So, for instance, there was a project that we were working on in Ethiopia, and they were trying to come up with a project that is going to ensure that farmers can just take a photo of the plant, or actually of the leaf, and it should be able to tell or inform the farmers of the quality of the crop that they are planting, whether it has been infested by pests, or it's in the onset of being infested by pests. But now the issue was when they were testing, when they were doing the pilot, they were using the very uh, high quality photos. One, two, it was in a controlled environment, so you could get very good photos at the end of the day. When it was now time to scale, you notice that at times when you're in the field, you don't really get a controlled environment to come up with some of these things. So whenever they were trying to take the photos of whatever they were of the leaves, they were not really getting the right quality of data because of that particular aspect. It was not really controlled as it was. So eventually, it was not really helpful to the end user, who was the coffee farmer at the end of the day. So this lack of probably AI literacy and awareness, so that we can just be cognizant of what is happening at different situations, it's really key for us. Then, of course, I had the Dean of Law talk about some regulatory frameworks. He has indeed mentioned some of the practical laws that are in existence. And as a country, I think we are still doing badly when it comes to regulatory frameworks, when it comes to AI. You will notice that we do not have a standalone policy that is governing AI. We have different aspects of regulations that talk about specific components of AI, but it's very fragmented. At the end of the day, it becomes hard to merge some of these things, and it becomes a key challenge to innovators, as we'll see in a few minutes. Then we have the resource constraints, and of course, we don't have sufficient funds, or we may not have sufficient funds to always fund projects so that they can work uh, the way they should. But in that particular space, we find also innovators go ahead and maybe try and do some things in a, let's say they try to look for shortcuts, which eventually comes and bites them. So you find very many innovators do not uh, apply such practices as bias audits or explainability tools that Mr. Kamala just talked about before he went off. So we have some of these aspects that are really showing up as some of the challenges that we're dealing with. So um, for how to go about maybe um, addressing those challenges, we need to build inclusive data sets that we can use. How do we go about that? We need to partner with more local organizations so that they can help in collecting diverse data, uh, which is more representative. Also, in cases where maybe we are not able to get the actual data from the ground, then we may use the technique of synthetic data generation, so that teach the models on how to actually come up with this particular data that we require. Then for the AI education and awareness, such forums like having workshops so that we can have uh, a one-on-one with the innovators and entrepreneurs, just let them know like what is really happening in this particular field, how you can be able to navigate some of these things, really go a long way in trying to uh, help the innovators understand the awareness of whatever they are doing at that particular time. Then, of course, uh, regulatory frameworks are important, and it's also important as innovators to be able to be in those spaces where this, when people are discussing about regulations, you're there so that you can be able to try and understand where the policymakers are coming from, but also understand that they may not be knowing everything. And you as an innovator, you may have something that you may really want to put across. So it helps when people call for this public participation, like just recently, there's an AI strategy that is being developed. I think in January 19th, that's when the public participation came to a halt. And those people who are able to attend and give their suggestions on how they thought that strategy should look like, I think did well for the community. But as an encouragement for innovators, these are spaces that we should always be looking into fitting into them. So when it comes to creating shared resources, as an institution, we have, or rather we are in the process of developing a repository. The grantees that we are working with, we've ensured that we try and open up a repository so that all the data sets that they are collecting can come in and be in one shop. So that tomorrow, if you have a project that probably you want to look at how absolute tutor has affected tomatoes in a certain county, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from already collected data that is there, which we've done somewhere in Machakos. So that is probably what I think if the rest of the innovators can try and do that, it will really help. Try and ensure that we have available data sets to work with and we can be able to access them quite fast. Then, of course, the last strategy that I think we can also apply is embedding cultural sensitivity into design. And here, we need to look at, as developers, as innovators, as entrepreneurs, it's not so good to just work in isolation. You can work in a lab somewhere, think about your code, and just run it the way you think it should work. But there's also the aspect of the user who's going to benefit from that particular application or that particular solution that you're trying to produce. So it's always good to have a co-creation uh, with the person who's going to use your tool. It's also good to have several tests. You have testing prototypes so that you test them in different conditions, which I think is going to really help for you to even get to understand the nature of the data that you are generating from different sources. So that way it also helps the model so in learning and eventually you getting the desired results that you may want. So I would have wanted to show you a framework that we developed that usually guides us, but because of lack of time, I will just skip to probably where we are as a country and where we headed from a policy direction. So we all understand that policy shapes how technologies are developed, deployed, and governed. For instance, we had this the Data Protection Act, which when it came, it actually muzzled a lot of creators, online creators, on what they can do and what they can't do. And of course, it has some implication even to innovators who are coming up with a few innovations here and there. So policies are important and they cannot be ignored for anything. So many regions have already established frameworks that are guiding their AI adoption. Uh, for instance, in Europe, which I think they've done quite well, and they are like the baseline that we copy from, because they have managed to develop an interesting framework that literally, I think we are all copying from them at the moment. But let's remember that that is based on their context in Europe. USA has also come up with certain acts that really help with the use and adoption of AI in their operations. In Africa, we are trying a bit. We have AU, which came up with some sort of strategy on how AI can be deployed, but that is from a very high level. When it comes to country levels, then that's where we're starting to see some of the gaps. But since we are all in Kenya, maybe we can focus on Kenya and what is happening around. So the existing legal and policy frameworks that we only have three. So the first one is Data Protection Act, which was gazetted in 2019, but the Act lacks specific provisions that address AI-related risks, such as algorithmic biases, explainability, or automated decision making, which makes it not a very strong regulation for anyone who would want to rely on it. Then we also have the Digital Economy Blueprint, which was also gazetted in 2019. But the issue with it is it's aspirational, lacks enforceable guidelines or timelines for implementation. They're just very broad statements that have been thrown around. Then for the AI task force, which was submitted in 2018, it has many recommendations that are really good, but um, they remain implemented due to resource constraints and competing priorities within the institutions that are mandated to implement some of these things. So um, probably in conclusion, I would want to address some of the challenges that um, face the institutions that are responsible for the development of AI regulations in the country. And I think the first one would be there's limited institutional capacity. So we have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, which is mandated to do that. However, it lacks the technical expertise, and more often than not, it lacks the resources needed to oversee AI systems effectively. Then we do have balancing innovation and oversight. Of course, as policymakers, you have to also think about what whatever regulation you're putting is not going to stifle the innovator in a manner that they cannot really bring out whatever sort of innovation that they do have in mind. So balancing this has always been an issue, and it will always remain to be an issue. And that is why I was asking that when you hear about this public participation, be sure to always attend so that your voice can also be heard, and your your pointers can also be included in some of these particular strategies that are being developed. Then, of course, I mentioned earlier about the fragmented approach that we have. We do have the three major regulations that deal with different aspects of AI, but again, they are so different. And when you have probably an issue that you'd want to address at the moment, then it becomes like we have some gray areas that cannot or are not sufficiently covered within the law. So that is part of the issue that we do have. And lastly, we do have public awareness and trust. So the truth of the matter is there's low public awareness about AI and its implication. As much as we are users of AI, but whenever we sit back and think about the implications of some of the things that we do when we're using this AI, then it becomes that is one area that maybe we do not want to put our foot in. So, for instance, we do have things like the deepfakes, and people are actually doing the most. At first, it sounds exciting. If at all, I can create an image of probably, I don't know, uh, coming up with probably a call rallying us to get to the bus after this and we go to Naivasha for the rally. It looks exciting and fun. But the ramifications maybe that may come with it, some people who may take it quite seriously, they may end up being heartbroken once they realize that there's nothing that is going to take place there. Probably it may also be cost to his job because that would be quite an irresponsible remark from uh, a faculty member. So those are some of the things that probably I would urge us to think about, as much as they remain to be challenges that um, are very present when it comes to the development of AI regulatory frameworks in the country. So I think with that, I must utilize all my 15 minutes, and I'd want to thank you for being a good audience. Thank you.
Oh, yes, you did with a bonus of 2 minutes, which is good. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause again for him kwa kutufikisha tea break. And now it's time for us to break for tea. Please, if you have questions, just hold on to them for the moment. We will come back with a panel discussion for about 30 minutes. You'll get a chance to do that. For now, I want to give the direction on how we will take tea. We will do a business coffee. That simply means you won't go take tea then come back. You will go take your tea and come back with it so that we save time, finish it time. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes, you won't go to take tea, then you come. You will go take your tea, come back with it. Then we have the coffee as we continue. Does that make sense? Good. Now what we will do is we will move line by line from this line mpaka nyuma, alafu tukuje huku mpaka huku nyuma. Unaona kwa nini nilikuwa nawaambia msonge mbele? Sasa watu wa mbele ndio watakuwa wa kwanza. Sibu nipigie makofi. What we'll do is, please, from this line, you will walk out through this door, serve, then come back through this one. The same once, Isha, the second line goes to the law, come back to this one. Tukifika mwisho, we come back here. We do the same, mpaka mwisho, then we continue with the program. Does that make sense? Asante. DJ, utanisaidia na ngoma kiasi as we start the first line, please. You're welcome. Follow Dr. Chwea as you go. The first line and the second, you can go at the same time because ndio tunaanza. All of you can go at the same time. Then the rest, we will be beckoning you to follow them. Pick your tea, come back, take a seat. Pick your tea, come back, take a seat. Those ones who are online, you can take your virtual coffee as we wait for the next session.
Yanga trio Sam tunakusengenya ni Mr. Last Guy manzi yako ashanipenda mtoto wa nyumbani toto la home Kenyan girl kanapenda ganji she ain't a hoe bad bitch kwa hii party vibe iko top kwenye flow joka na perform Pick poka napenda kuzitoka TikTok anakuanga TikToker Pick poka napenda stick proper Big bomb vile akona big bomba Pick poka napenda kuzitoka TikTok anakuanga TikToker Big poka napenda stick proper Big bomb vile akona big bomba
Hapendi vijana wa Roysambu hapendi kupelekwa hizo klabu mimi nataka jo a trend akule vitu best alafu nikafanye maajabu msupa ni mpole hana mambo alafu hapo nyuma mauano yokwaga amevai mavitu ni vulai sivyo nimeapply chali yake na mtoka
mtoto wa nyumbani toto la home Kenyan girl kanapenda ganji she ain't a hoe bad bitch kwa hii party vibe iko top kwenye flow joka na perform Pick poka napenda kuzitoka kanagonga TikToker Pick poka napenda stick proper Big bomb vile akona big bomba Chiki poka napenda kama itonka niko soka na kwenda TikToker niko heka na kama
kikata walewe katika unadai kaila nasema na katika kuna fulani walai sipitwa msupa fulani anapenda kukatika niko na kapen pale Mona Lisa ila nikateni mabom na mash na perform ali clean alifisa utadhani when you take baby girl she a diva malawen zimeshika fine melanin kama indika menishika straight to Ibiza granddaddy papo cash money ama visa kwela Johnny Peng ninapenda Mona Lisa zangu zimedojo walai zimeshika game niko fiti magalo zikipa chini downtown every dakika napenda kukatika anapenda kukatika every dakika napenda kukatika na kukata Costa Rica every dakika napenda kukatika anapenda kukatika every dakika napenda kukatika na kukata Costa Rica
every dakika napenda kukatika mali mina choma zimetoka Costa Rica manzi akikaa mina mpaka paprika yeni diva pale ananimaliza hasta la vista misina visa zangu zimeshika utadhani kuigiza manzi akichita najua kusafisha kalongolongo mchezo wa kuigiza napenda niko jaba sizitema hiyo denda kwa dera buda mimi nitaka tena na tena nikirap manzi amekuja anataka bebe pale kijani anapenda tukubeng anataka tukubeng
kwela Johnny Peng ninapenda Mona Lisa zangu zimedozi walai zimeshika game niko fiti magalo zikipa
tena utatenga ni red mama joko best na mama ni peng bila dent mima pia koblea alinicheki kama kapenda na kani text ana deku kam tena kam ndo ni kam so baby kuja hivo
usiwori baby doll kuja hivo babe kuja hivo babe kuja hivo so baby kuja hivo usi dance baby girl kuja hivo babe kuja hivo babe kuja hivo
ala kuna venye najifeel complete tukiwa na wewe ndo nikuite my miss akinipa hiyo kiss mathematically breeze cheki kitu ya fast achana no lifiat ati tunakudai nilisare kote look best tukiachilia hit tumezoza kila chom toka kite hadi ngong niko malin lap kile kwa maji physically fit nimejip mini clip tunajo unanga form ukijipaka kolon like you know tushabadilisha flow manze kitu boni madema wana
tena utaten candidate mama joko best na mama ni peng bila dent mima pia koblea alinicheki kama kapenda na kani text ana deku kam tena kam ndo ni kam
so baby kuja hivo usiwori baby doll kuja hivo babe kuja hivo babe kuja hivo so baby kuja hivo usi dance baby girl kuja hivo babe kuja hivo babe
DJ Kisii, the supreme.
When it's zombie nini hakuna haraka tunacheza chini alafu tukikula kuna come to hivi una come to hivi ukicheza chini sikutaka niwakazie kutama time ukitaka nikupatie hii ni ngori nataka niwangarie left right tukifanya busy body. Rusha mikono ka unajua ni furahi day. On a Monday me I'm feeling ire. Nangoja Tuesday, Wednesday na Thursday. Ikibamba sana tunaenda tuwake. Hello ngoja. Kitu unazitoka toka. Daktari amekuja kuwatibu kona mdomo mingi hatutaki oya toka. Weni zombie nini? Hakuna haraka tunacheza chini. Alafu ukikula kuna kamtu hivi. Ala hii ni way too easy. Ambia bien nataka baska mbili. Flori safi si wachochi nyinyi. Umepani kumekazwa nini? Najua vibe mumengoja for long. Ala long. Pata potea hatuchezi tapo. Fresh fiti kuna digi hiyo form. Mkali wao coming harder than before. Promoter leta na ulete kanyamo. Kuzijizoza tuko 2024. Napiga mboga kuna kitu na nisho ala. Weni zombie nini? Hakuna haraka tunacheza chini. Alafu ukikula kuna kamtu hivi. Una kamtu hivi. Ukicheza chini.
Welcome to QNet's world of new beginnings, where every sunrise is a promise of our commitment to you, your health, your dreams, your planet, and your community.
Kama si mrembo, cover the face and fire the base. Kama si peng, cover the face and fire the base. Sura utaki, cover the face and fire the base. Kama si toto, cover the face and fire the base. Toto ni peng but amekaza defense. Ai, too bad misi simp. Anataka milionea ndo wachotwe. Ai, utangoja sana sis. Minko kona na mabadis. Sura funny but a win is a win. Navoteka na konyagi. After party kwenye benzo, Mr. King. Uchumi mbaya so staki ufala. Na kauna die form super webeana. Sina time ya kubonga mob kauna die form. Fika loko Johnny vibes na peana. Masterpiece juu ya beat na nibanga. Niko jaba niko things na kisasa. Painting akijipa sezi fambo nikapoa. Kana figa sura nayo nitaikava. Kama si mrembo, cover the face and fire the base. Kama si peng, cover the face and fire the base. Taki, cover the face and fire the base. Kama si cover the
backbone. And when me done, girl, me leave your man down. Shake it up, make me back to the bone. And when me done, girl, me send man home. Mavitu kutunafanya saa sita. Ana club plus yanda mpaka saa 9. Unaweza dhani ni manduru za misa. Mimi nasikia tiffin nikidarwa kwa giza. Codes analimpeleke mos. You hage imejaza na dai. Jo akipiga naipiga dia rosto. Penga megeuzwa gosho.
Kama si mrembo, cover the face and fire the base. Kama si peng, cover the face and fire the base. Girl inna the club, oh yeah, move that body, feel me wind up slow. When you feel that vibe, just bring it up. Girl, I make it boom like a time bomb. Girl, I make it boom like a time bomb. Girl, I make it boom like a time bomb. Keep it down low when you have it. I see when you a shake, call the man a trouble. No enough girl, but me still want some more. Every girl inna the place now she's on circle. Yo, take what I do, I just sick it wet. What you go wet? Toto malisa fi visha pete. Action pack, say the way attack you attack. A girl me attach, place a full of vibe. Man a Batman, he broke my gun. Booga. Every girl inna the club, oh, you move that body, feel me wind up slow.
Tipsy spoiler for leo ni kufinish kumalo, leo ni kufinish kumalo.
You can contact DJ Kisii on 0705 018 912. DJ Kisii.
Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Mana tipsi kufinish kumalo na masani riski kudunda kudonjo. Zon tuko on na tuko juu ya mangango. Magode chok na ile kwela no. No, ukundo haga na haga. Bigi bamba wa baba sana kwanza mapacha. Ziwa tupisha rada. Cheki lugala tupenga mara kwa mara. Kuchanganya wa baba wapate tucheda. Taking you for lunch na you're taking you for granted. Yani for money unapembu daku na ena band no jakam. Sasa unangushia champion FWB. What the F do you mean? Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo.
Nikiinza gijo kwa beat me kill me umada. Na siku zote sunajua spoiler ndo papa wapoa kila rima wanalia sindo wanataka. Uliza mana tips vile si huwafanya. Cheki kama nilikuna piga diriba fresh na gijo kwa pori nimejipin mabenz na kakani ka brown skin lazima nikatest na kama hakuna kwela is a pass to the next. Iza leo ni kufinish kumalo. Wezi niketu kinitrace hadi kwa bando. Kuwatokea na watokea na kiprado ni pack and chill ni kisip yangu ha. Ati
leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo. Leo ni kufinish kumalo, kufinish kumalo.
Do me I do you sikifanya majambos marinette. Do me I do you sikifanya majambos stimulate. Do me I do you sikifanya majambos marinette. Do me I do you sikifanya majambos.
Akila ni siku ya madon, siku ya maboss man. Watu wanachokubol indele zone mbosho yako joto inakubonga. So piga order ya kitu budone za soy.
DJ Kisii.
Mbono unabaki home baby doll, sutokea mini takusort.
Mbono unabaki home,
hakuna kubaki home baby doll, piga shower twende form.
hakuna kubaki home.
Mbono unabaki home, hakuna kubaki home.
Yeah.
Mbono unabaki home, piga shower twende form.
Leo tuko patina maji, patina wazing, patina wanati wenye wanapenda jing, patina mapeng wenye wanapenda sticker. WhatsApp tulichuja last scene, ati chorea uba tunacheza na manyanga. Na ukicheza cheza na hamademu atakuramba. Napenda form na pia napenda shada. Usibaki home na unajua kina unanga maform, unanga mado. Sitaki ubaki formless na kutolea form. Papagalo na kutembeza kila sehemu. Ni shimo gani za Kanairo mimi sijano. Hapo penye kumewaka ndio nataka. Faster niko na mbugi ya warasta. Seti ramsha na ukate nyama kilo 7. Zimechacha na niko na mangu na badas.
Mbono unabaki home baby doll, sutokea mini takusort.
Mbono unabaki home,
hakuna kubaki home baby doll, piga shower twende form.
hakuna kubaki home.
Mbono unabaki home, hakuna kubaki home.
Kudonjo kudonda kufinish kumaiki kubamba nipe dance go that na eka stanzo na mix na mastingo na mix na mastyle weji tope velo nataka bora na dance nipe dance nipe dance nipe dance nipe ati nipe dance nipe dance nipe dance nipe
Nishera, ndo mtindo kuzitoka. Mguu moja back left ingine unainua. Na vile unazikwenda inaka unaijua. Mikono zote juu shingo upande ukitupa. Ala, vile unaifanya shingo ikai upande nika unaikata. Ala, vile unaifanya ikanika unashuka na bado unapanda.
Kudonjo kudonda kufinish kumaiki kubamba nipe dance go that na eka stanzo na mix na mastingo na mix na mastyle weji tope velo nataka bora na dance nipe dance nipe dance nipe dance nipe ati nipe dance nipe dance nipe dance
DJ Kisii. Fresh like water, me roll out clean as my heart. Touch from the beat, girl I scream and I talk. Over 36 baby, pin some me and hear me and angle the bar. Clean up, every day I make clean. I don't know where I make clean. Clean up.
nipatie roho hadi kamisa na kati ya poko ukipakisha na kupiga koto
yes kidole sambusa yes kidole sambusa yes kidole sambusa yes kidole sambusa.
Follow on Instagram and Facebook at DJ Kisii.
Yo copy kama ni udu na i-block energy star zone flani niko peaceful fully focus ni do ya unruly sense iko juu kubishana na ile vibe ya mapuni ini fire tunaiongeza kuni tuna refill gas kupunguza hiyo upuzi tuna block designer tutambui boss India na bonga live and direct shera flow za kizingi jina kubwa lazima wati shera dandia na hii ni kwa bukla ama kwa matri
ina donjo donjo ina donjo donjo ina donjo donjo ina donjo donjo
ina donjo iko sawa ndo maana msupa squeeze apendagi kugawa kama kawa nkishapiga shawa unaweza zima pawa jumislali hapa yawa jirani akileta vako za besti nasty na venye ye ujikuta msexy yeneza kuja kwangu apige seti na mida za kuziang nitajifanya limebleki huyo lock ndenga kok kami ndo halima unakujaja hapa na pok kauna stock neza talk drizo ndo ni nice kitaka kutoa lock
ina donjo donjo ina donjo donjo ina donjo Koshoto Johnny bad girl Tiki makwela vajana tingiza faster Kama lifisa kodi mada na hizo sianda Alafu nikastona kanapenda mashata Totola
nini nika bad girl Zigi mavela jona ganji ya sadaka Na kana ninga mkono itajagati papa Ni tam juu ya tam kila time nikichapa Totola pasta Solibidi nika Shumpele Shumpele Solibidi nika Shumpele Shumpele Tipsy Shumpele kama nika bimbi bingi bongi mini na chapa karasta tam kinyongi kama kishada ni riski zigi mishika na sadaka machingri bill na tupia toto na biashara ni yako kinipo chini yetu mina chapia kwako wako sini wetu na kamwagia Shumpele fikisho fala digi siku la bongi na siati ni makiki na jahuta ni digi Unangam no kijibu ntakuringi spimbi Insagi kidato ntakutichi Shumpele
Totola pasta goshodo ni ka bad girl Na siezi cup kuna venye koni mada Kanani fanya mina stama Na joyo denda miubaki nime Baby girl ni ka tam koni pandisha mahanjam Mati nze mama Ka baby doll ka kitingiza ma Baby doll ni ka tam koni pandisha mahanjam Mati nze Abdala na baki amesimama Ka baby doll ka kitingiza Ngizama cheki goshoto Johnny bad girl Tiki makwela vajana tingiza faster Kama lifisa kodi
All right. As you continue taking tea, watu wenye come in. Guys who had stepped outside to catch some fresh air, want to start the second and the last session. Hopefully will take us to lunch. Alafu tufunge. DJ. Thank you. When you're going to, please get in. Even if you still have your tea or coffee, just come in with it. We commence. We commence. Now, we are still stretched for time, I think, because we started a bit late, but we will continue to try and cover up. I hope you enjoyed your tea and are ready for the next session. And for the next session, we have 2 more sessions before we do the panel session and then we close. So for the next session, we will have Dr. Otieno, who holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Clinical Psychology from Daystar University, a Masters of Arts in Counseling Psychology, also from Daystar. Dr. Otieno has extensive experience in psychology, designing mental health programs and curriculums. Dr. Otieno has published several articles on mental health in various peer-reviewed journals, has attracted grants on mental health projects, mental health. She is currently one of the few trainers of trainees in WHO Mental Health Gap Tool. She is the current vice chair of Kenya University's Professional Counselors Association. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak to us this late morning, early afternoon, let's put our hands together for Dr. Rose Otieno. Tumkaribishe, karibu sana daktari. The stage is yours. After that, we will have Madam Ann Salim, who is coming in online. Then we go to the panel discussion. Karibu daktari.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. Good after tea. Good after tea. Thank you. I've sat there listening to wonderful presentations on technology. And as you've heard, my background is mental health. So I just want to link mental health with technology and see how responsible computing can either promote mental health or contribute to mental health challenges or both. Now, my first question is, how many people have anything, any item to do with technology? Technology like your phones, your computers, in this room? And even somewhere else, even in your rooms, do you have technological devices? Almost everybody. But how many people have mental health challenges in this room? If you have mental health challenges like me, raise up your hand. Mental health challenges? How many people here are? That one people don't want to hear. Basic statistics in mental health. Mental health problems are just common as anything else. And the WHO tells us that one of the most common mental health problems is depression. So where 4 people are seated, 1 has depression. Count yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of you has. Check yourselves. You can even look at each other. Look at each other's face and see the guy seated here, lucky, but I was there. So you may not have a mental health problem. The 2 there and others behind there, check who has depression. It's just as common as common cold. For the youth, for the young people like you, where 10 people are seated, 1 of them has a serious mental health challenge that needs intervention. Mental health challenge, many. You know, now that I've mentioned depression, somebody would think of, what I don't like using mad men, mad women as mental health challenge. But in my diagnostic and statistical manual book, there are almost 460 mental health problems, disorders. Not even problems. Problems are like, you know, the daily life experiences that we deal with. But serious mental health disorders, about 460. And therefore, we realize that technology has fueled mental health challenges much as technology has been very handy. So I have very few minutes, and I'll move very fast to my presentation. And then say this, when we talk about responsible computing, it's really a good thing, and I'm happy to have that kind of a discussion. But I want us to think of responsible computing in the context of mental health and the challenges that come with with computing, and therefore then we draw back to responsible computing. Now let's look at computing in general. My first question, I wanted to see how many people have access to advantages, for example, instant communication. You can just tell somebody in a WhatsApp group, you make a message, and you have talked to so many people across the globe. Connecting people, technology has connected us. We are so connected. Remember those days, some of us who grew up in the days of Telegram. If you are going to get an urgent message, then somebody would want to send you a telegram. But it has made life easy. Social media, news. I can't remember the last time I watched news on TV. I look at social media, of course it's exaggerated, but you also find a lot of good and bad news. Of course, there's the AI, the cloud storage, and many other things. Now, this nice technology that I'm talking about that has so many advantages, but also has come with challenges. Now, technology is here to stay. But the challenges that have come with technology that impact on mental health are also here to stay. Our job and your job as young people, as students, and as future generation is management. How do we engage in responsible computing? So for example, there are issues of privacy concerns, manipulation, fake news, and all those stories that we always come across. Social inequality, and I want to pick on social inequality among, in terms of technological advances. Do we have social equality? And therefore you realize that as young people sometimes, do you know you can get depressed because you don't have the right kind of a phone that your colleagues have. So when you interact with your colleagues, you know, somebody, you have Kamwizi, and somebody will be saying, me, I can't use. I can only use an iPhone, you know. So that is sort of social inequality. And if you are not careful, if you are not well grounded in mental health, and even in our principles and values, then you realize that you start feeling like I don't belong. And that is a mental health issue. I don't belong, or I'm not like so. Especially when you begin comparing yourself with another person. And then, of course, there are mental health struggles, a few of them that I'll mention. Think of technology in democracy, even in political space. In Kenya, we say that siasa mbaya, maisha mabaya. Siasa mzuri, maisha mazuri. But then when we look at even what we go through, there were days when people used to queue to vote. But now people are using technology. But are we safe with the voting results? Even with the technology? Every 5 years, Kenyans think of trauma that comes with elections. And whether we like it or not, there are people, when the elections are about to come, trauma comes back because of what they have gone through. But remember, technology was being used. So technology good has made the voting very fast, but again, the same technology has caused a lot of trauma, because you are here voting, but somebody already has results. And then the next thing that you'll do is to go to the streets and demonstrate. And then once you demonstrate, the policemen will come descending on you. And people die, people live with injuries. And if you live with injuries, whether you like it or not, unless there's serious intervention, you are going to live with what we call post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is what technology has done to us. Issues of surveillance, surveillance under the disguise of national security. Otherwise, how else? You remember the Gen Z and the abductions. So how would people know? How would the people who are abducting them, how did they locate them? I'm sure they used technology. But then the consequences. So those are the issues that we have to deal with in the current situation. And then, of course, when we use technology, we normally leave a lot of data. Who is in control of those data? You know, the prints that we leave behind. For example, if I go to Google and Google some information, you know, for me to even get to that site, then I've already left my data. So how safe am I? And today you find somebody can call you, and when you remember the abductions, they would say that somebody called me, or the person was called and never came back. So you can imagine the trauma that they suffered as they went through torture, or their families who were looking for them. So that was still technology and many others. Today there's a close relationship between technology and climate change. Technology and its impact on climate. And some have contributed to mental health challenges. Now, specific mental health challenges that are very close to technology would be like issues of anxiety, even as you look at your phone right now. Some of you have received good news, some bad news that is causing you a lot of anxiety. Depression, you get into a WhatsApp group or whatever it is through technology, through your smartphone, and then you feel like, I wish I didn't get to this site, or I wish I didn't open up my WhatsApp because of the sad news that I've received. So depression comes in. And then self-esteem because of the kind of gadget that you have. And then sleeping disorders, very common with the young people. People spend a lot of time on internet and other sites. And therefore, people don't sleep. People start sleeping at 3, and you wake up at 6, you realize you have so much to cover within a day. And so what happens next? Sleep is very important. You miss sleep, you are going to be depressed. That's how sometimes we invite depression in our lives. Because I was on my computer watching some movie, pornography. Pornography is very addictive. What else? Especially teenagers learn a lot of stuff, including even masturbation, which is very addictive. But the ones with the group that is seated here, because we have carried out research on that, is online gambling. How many people are gamblers here? I know nobody will. Okay, how many have ever tried to gamble online? All of us. So that is familiar, Cindy. But you win something kidogo, you will be tempted to go back. Before you know it, you are an online gambler and an addicted one. So a lot of addictions. Then you think of e-smoking and a number of trending issues that are coming up with technology. So technology is good, yes, it's with us here, but it also has its own impact. But positively, I also say that if we engage in responsible gambling, then we are going to have collaborations even with the outside world. We are going to have successful projects. You are going to stay connected, good connections. So that all those things will build your self-esteem, and you'll be in a space where you feel that because of technology, I am progressing well in life. So we are not condemning technology. It's about responsible computing, staying connected, access to information. There are so many people who have even gotten very good jobs even through LinkedIn. And that is all because of technology. And many people will tell you that I got my job through LinkedIn. So I really want to encourage you that use technology, computers, and whatever you have, but in a very responsible way. Because when used positively, you will really grow and you will really go places. And for you, people who are taking computing science and doing your project, then technology becomes very good for you. Job opportunities, I've mentioned that. But then again, the same technology, just you realize that as you get a job, somebody is losing a job because of technology. For example, in the traditional jobs like PR and so on. So most people are making use of technology. Now the same technology can lead to poverty. Like if you get into serious addiction, online gambling, then poverty. But poverty is normally the source of a number of mental health problems. So for students who are involved with computing, responsible computing is the most recommended. When you get into responsible computing, then a number of things that had been talked about, like privacy, security, you guys know. Avoiding biasness, fairness, using AI in critical decision making, accountability. So those are important guidelines that you can use. The idea of green technology, the idea of sustainability, how are you going to use technology for sustainability? Social responsibility, very important, and you can actually use technology today. You are seated here, but you are even carrying out a social responsibility project outside this university. So having said that, in my conclusion, this is what I want to say. It's very, very important to understand responsible computing in the context of mental health issues, challenges, and even positive mental health impact. And therefore, as you work on your projects, please think of a mental health project. How can I use technology to treat a mental health challenge? Because where we are seated, for us who handle students, I've been a university student at undergraduate. Today, I tell my colleagues that the landscape for the young people has totally changed. I went to the university when we were eating boom, and we were paid well more than people who are working. But today, the student of today is really struggling with finances. There were no telephone calls, and there were no mobile phones. So how did we get in touch with our boyfriends? How were we communicating? You just write a note and sleep under the door. While you were away, I came. There used to be those notebooks. They were written while you were away. Then you will complete, while you were away, I came to visit you, but I missed you, darling. So, but you are seated. I'm sure you've sent so many messages. Are we meeting in the evening? I'm in a workshop, but at lunchtime, I'll come over to see you, just to say hi. I'm sure those messages have gone out. So that's the goodness of technology. Think of the positive and negative impact of technology, and especially on mental health. Think of the mental health challenges that have come with technology, like depression, anxiety. They were there, but technology has now fueled the problems. Sleep disorders, addictions, emerging trends like e-smoking and many others. And then because of this, because you are working on projects, you can actually choose to work on a project that is technologically driven on mental health as an intervention. So using technology for mental health intervention, and also finding technological solutions. And this is what I always say, that people in technology must assist us who are in mental health to find technological solutions for technology-related mental health challenges, like I'm picking online gambling, e-smoking, and many others. So as you work on your projects, I want to encourage you. This is my passion. If I just hear that a student is doing something on mental health, that tickles me. It's my passion. That we have an innovative way of solving mental health problems, because the student of today does not have time to come for one-on-one counseling. So if I can, actually we can have, a technologically driven mental health support, that would be my joy. So because you are the experts in technology, I am the expert in mental health, let us work together, and that's what we do with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Makofi kwake tena tafadhali. And just so you know, as you are going, there is a student with an app on mental health somewhere. Maybe she needs to talk to you. You give the subject matter and she can come in with the technology. No, it's a he. Yes, it's a he. Sorry. Okay, amtaki wanawake wasoke mbele. Kwani namna gani? Yes, so please, you've heard Madam. She can give you a lot of content in terms of enriching it so that it can do a good job. Thank you so much. We now go to the last facilitator of the day, who is joining us online. Please spotlight Anne Salim for me. You can remove the other spotlight so that it is just her up there. Thank you. And we can see you. The entire room can see you. Give me this other camera. Please, if you can see her, wave to her so that she can see. Just raise your hand, wave to her so that she can see. You can be able to see her. Wonderful. And that's just when everything goes to hell again. Okay. Thank you. We will start this session quickly so that we can be able to complete it again in the next 15 minutes, and then we are able to do our panel discussion. Anne, as she comes on board, is a director at Wakara Technologies, driving innovation in EdTech through AI, robotics, and R&D, with 6 in education, tech, and startups. She is in ICT for education, focusing on mobile learning, e-learning, offline solutions. Her career spans roles as COO at Eneza Education, product manager, and iHub, and innovation and research consultant for organizations like Kahala, Intelepro, and Gidi Institute. She's a seasoned ecosystem builder and co-creates policies to support African startups, and previously served on ASEC's founding board from 2019 to 2021. She currently sits on the OpenWise Foundation board and is pursuing a master's to advance tech-driven education models. She's passionate about design thinking. She applies it to ICT programs in Kenya's education and water sectors, and organizes hackathons to foster innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put a round of applause for Anne, and we give her the floor to continue. Anne, please continue.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon to you all. Please let me know if you can hear me well. Is the audio all right?
We are good, Anne. You can continue.
All right. Fantastic. I've shared my screen. I'm not sure if it's visible. Please let me know if it's also visible.
We can see it.
Perfect. All right. So my name is Anne. I wear many hats, and Wakara Tech is just one of the vehicles I use to advance my interests in the workspace. And in today's talk, I'll try and be brief, talking about how I think about AI and how responsible and ethical artificial intelligence can be incorporated. Yes, this is me. I've previously worked in many different places. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so I've worked in many different organizations. So Wakara Technologies, I've worked at iHub, ASEC, and others. And some of the things I'm genuinely interested in is one, when I'm building software, I'm interested in building good software projects as a PM, working with engineers. In the edtech space, I've explored how different technologies can be infused in the space, in online, offline, mobile, and web execution. And I got to experience a lot of that through my work in Eneza Education and Longhorn Publishers, and also with Tinkerwith, where I'm curating resources for AI and robotics for parents and kids. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me. In the topic we received from Edgar today, or earlier, he was asking us to cover a little bit of use cases and areas where you can think about and reflect on AI. And here are a few things for you to reflect on at the moment. All right, so let's start. AI in the world today. Where do you see AI used? It's used in healthcare, education, entertainment, and we're seeing a lot of growth of AI-driven tools. I think conversational AI through the GPTs has been one of the most popular ones to fast track the utilization and adoption of AI. But there's several other use cases which previous speakers have covered. So let's look at some examples. AI in healthcare. So we're seeing a lot of people using AI for diagnostics. In finance, we're seeing AI being used in fraud detection. And a few reflection questions, maybe those two areas is one, data privacy. Who owns the medical data that AI is trained on? That's a nice question to reflect on. And I like that there was someone legal who spoke earlier in the morning, just to help you guys start thinking about, as you build AI systems, some of these legal concerns that should worry you or should at least be at the forefront. When we think about AI being used for fraud detection, of course, the positive result, of course, is reducing financial crime. But the ethical concern that we should have is, what if AI flags transactions incorrectly, and how that impacts innocent customers? We know for sure, for anybody who's utilized the Fulizas and the mobile loans, that there's some level of AI being incorporated in the decisions when they either approve or reject your loan application request. And by the time you're making that request, for sure, you probably had some financial constraints. Imagine if the AI flagged something incorrectly and it resulted in you being flagged and not provided with a service, how that would feel. In education, where I've spent the majority of my working career on, we're seeing a lot of AI being used, especially over the last 10 years, in personalized learning. And some of those popular apps that you're probably familiar with, like the Duolingos, the Khan Academies, they use some of that. Of course, this makes it more accessible in education. I think one of our biggest challenges is not all learners learn at the same pace. So incorporating AI, of course, helps learners get a more personalized approach to help them gain the concepts a little bit at their pace and at their level. However, even me who builds technological solutions, some of the things I worry about is the sources that I use to train the AI models that I deploy to educational applications, especially the ones that are used in classroom. So something to think about even as you build, because I know majority of you are engineers in the room, is what data sources are you using and language models to feed into your AI. And even when you're writing the logic for the algorithm, what are you giving it a wide birth of information, or are you limiting it to a narrow channel? And what would be the consequences of that when your system scales? In entertainment, if you're all using Netflix, YouTube, or TikTok, of course, the AI is being used to generate recommendations for the next content that you should see. Sometimes the AI might be a little bit too good, which leads you into a rabbit hole of doom scrolling because you're seeing so much good content that you forget that there's other things to do in life. So while AI is transforming the entertainment space, something to consider is also what the repercussions of that could be. So why does responsible AI matter? And here I'm speaking one as an engineer and then two as a practitioner in the industry. AI is old, it's not new, it's been around for years. And lately, because now there's more adoption and more integration in our everyday use cases, things like bias and fairness are becoming a big deal. As we build these systems, how can we ensure fairness? Privacy and data protection. Something that's so important is being able to obtain either consent from a user when you use their data. But I don't think anybody of you has been contacted by an AI through either your emails or your phone saying, I accessed your data from portal X or Y and I'd like to use it. Those are systems that we would need to build in, especially when sensitive data about ourselves is being passed around, and especially because it's being collected on mobile phones that we use. Accountability, a big issue that's been going on. I think one of the first conversations I accessed was in 2014, where the questions we were asking around that time was who is responsible when AI is making decisions? And to date, it's still a big deal. I think we're signing our lives away with the terms and conditions by accepting them blindly. And it's something to consider when even us, when we build our own systems and then now we put terms and conditions, putting those clear markers of either you alert the user that this data, how it's going to be used, or provide disclaimers that we will not be responsible for any misuse of the data that you get from generating it on our solutions and things like that. But the accountability at the end of the day is a big issue that is coming up that we have to think about when we're thinking about ethical considerations. Misinformation and deepfake is a big deal, especially in the media world, where people can now utilize images of other people using images generated by AI. So, how can we promote? How can we encourage that the role of not using AI to spread or combat fake news? Yeah. So that's around it. So now I want to focus a little bit on use cases and where I applied in Wakara Tech work. In Wakara Tech, of course, I've focused mostly on developing curriculums for the people who are building like robotics work to implement robotics teaching in schools. Late last year, I dived into AI to build open source resources around AI tools that parents and kids can use to build on their craft, similar to what you do in extracurricular activities where you learn a new skill. So the question I was trying to answer in my work was, how can I use AI to help more parents and kids build on their STEM knowledge? That's especially on the engineering front. When I look about the world and just general systems that maybe have been working in the world for several years, some of the things that are still coming up in edtech and other sectors are around how do you use AI tools to prevent discriminations against learners? Because sometimes you can build a tool and then it works against you. And you want to reduce discrimination from the lens of gender, location, socioeconomic status, etc. How do you use AI to make the decisions that are being taken more transparent? And specifically, when you use AI with parents and kids, can they be informed that this was generated with AI or this assignment was done with AI? To provide more accountability and awareness of how the technology was used in the learning process. With regards to privacy, we're always telling kids, at least I work with kids from the 15 and below, and sometimes I do work with adult learners. The issue of when we use technology, we're always trying to give it all our information for it to generate new knowledge for us, but sometimes you're not supposed to give all your knowledge to the AI because of, your sensitive data could be exposed. So when we think about system designs that prioritize learner well-being and mental health, I really like the speaker from before. How are we designing the AI? And so these principles are really good with just helping you think about utilization, build, and overall engagement by users of your systems. An interesting example was in around 2018, I think, or 2014. Sorry, I get the year wrong. There was a system that was being used for hiring and screening job applicants, but some of the data that was used to train the AI model was based on male CVs. So then after a while, they noticed that the shortlisted candidates, there was a discrimination due to gender. And so the lesson that was learned there was how do you train your AIs and give it more data to prevent it making unbiased decisions. So yeah, this I want to spend at least 2 minutes on, just to highlight. If I was talking to kids, or if I was to explain it to a 10-year-old and below, how I would think about it. When you're using AI in your work, think about how you can protect your privacy. So in this case, if I was talking to Siri or Alexa or ChatGPT or any of the other GPTs, including DeepSeek, what kind of information can I share versus what kind of information should I not share? Sometimes we see a lot of technology like cameras. They have the ones that use facial recognition. I think a few years back, about 5 years ago, there was a paper that said there was a lot of biasness with AI identifying black skin. And even sometimes when you Google and ask an image generator to generate images for you, you notice some races are missing. So how can we build the model to identify more races, the obvious ones? There's a lot of bullying online. I think if you're on some of the social medias, and now we are seeing more people using AI to what is it called, to chaperone conversations online. But sometimes AI can't catch everything. We're thinking about be careful what you share. Think twice before sharing stuff with AI systems like your photos or your personal details. Um, when you use when you use some systems, sometimes we want to alert you on AI is at work, for example, behind some games, some websites. When you're making decisions with AI, sometimes you're given an assignment for you guys as university students, and then you go and put it on the GPTs, and then it recommends some things for you. Well, it's great to use AI. We also encourage you to use a little bit of your thinking as well, so that then the technology is not making all the decisions for you. When you think about AI in jobs, AI is promoting some new jobs that are coming about. So try to be adaptable to learning new stuff, because that is key. And then while AI can be a helper, for example, with your homework or assignments, it's not a cheat sheet. So you got to use your own smarts too. So this is some way how AI looks like in my world when I'm working with kids, just telling them about responsible use of AI. To wrap it up, we're navigating a lot of complex challenges in AI, and I think I've mentioned a few. Some of the things I want to promote is you must think of embedding ethics from the start and not as an afterthought. A lot of people build something and then think about the repercussions afterwards. I recommend that before you build a system, you can have a 360 view of, especially when you're building systems with AI. Nowadays, we can build our own models in like 10 minutes or less. Thinking about how ethics can be incorporated as you build your solution. In my world, especially in the entrepreneurship space where we work with different hubs and innovation ecosystems, it's important for us to collaborate, because you can do a lot more and go a lot further but through collaboration. And I think even as you think of just scaling the potential use of AI technological tools, exploring how you can collaborate with others will take you a lot further. Technology should empower communities and not exploit them. One thing I learned from some friends from the CPIT, the Center for IP and Intellectual Properties, they said the biggest problem we have now is some of these really big AI solutions in the world were built on the back of African knowledge and communities who are marginalized, who do not benefit from the profits that these companies are making through the utilization and usage of their AIs. So when you decide to collect data from indigenous communities to build your language model that will go to build your AI, also think about how you can compensate those communities when your technology takes off. So in this case, my take point there is technology should empower communities and not exploit them. And you as an ecosystem builder, and me myself as well, we have responsibility to ensure that AI serves humanity. Hopefully I'm still there and not moving too fast. So join the movement. You can start. You might be asking, how do I get started? I would say, one, you can maybe start by advocating for ethical practices in your projects at school or in your organizations. Try and stay informed on the global standards and the local regulations around AI. One of the speakers earlier this morning talked about the data protection laws. I think that's a great place to start. And then as students, colleagues, lecturers, and professionals in this IT ecosystem, explore collaboration to build diverse AI systems. Yeah, the future of education, because I work mostly in the education space, depends on how we design and deploy AI today. That's something for sure I'd love for you guys to take home. Thank you so much. Back to you, Edgar.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Anne, please. I hope she was able to give quite a bit of information for different things. Now, at this point, I don't want to dilute her presentations or any other presentation that has happened so far. I want us to quickly transition into the next session, which will be a panel discussion. And you will stick around for just a few more minutes and see if there's a question that will come through the panel that you can answer. If you see, just please raise your hand on Zoom and we shall give you the permission to continue speaking and you give. We are going to have a panel discussion with our members, our facilitators, thank you, and our facilitators who are here so that we can get to understand a little bit intimately from what they've been presenting, their experiences they're having, what picture they can paint for us. Because ladies and gentlemen who are facilitating for us today, this year are our finalists. They are 4th year students. In about a year's time, they're going to be your interns. They're going to be in the market. They're going to be doing innovative projects. They're going to be seeking for a master's, for an addition, something. So they want to see which is this world that we're getting into. So we're going to paint that picture for us with the guidance of our moderator who is here, who I'm going to hand this mic over to for the next session. And then we commence, finalize, and finish at once as we go by. So, Daktari Karibu Sana, thank you for being patient with us as we were doing the other activities. You can now take it away.
Introduce me the way you introduced the other people.
This here is Dr. Make. As you can see, he's very brown. He wears spectacles. He is vertically challenged. He is, should I continue?
Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Mechoka. Hey, you look tired. No. How many are excited to be here? Not everybody. This is the first hand being raised like that. I want to make sure that everyone is excited. Now, before we have the distinguished guest come up front here, I want us to try something. Everybody has got a mobile phone, I guess, and some bit of data. Yes. So, Byron, kindly project something on the screen. We want to see whether you've been understanding what has been taking place. So we're just going to do a small quiz, and you're going to participate from your end. And out of the quiz results, we're going to award you some presents. Okay, instruction number 1. You go to a site by the name Mentimeter. It's written up there, Mentimeter. And you enter this code. Or else you can scan. Let's see whether it works. You can scan it. Or come on, can we team up with your friend, your neighbor? Now we're talking about collaboration. Now, I know some of you might not be having data, some might be having music, some don't have phones here. Please join your friend or your neighbor and we answer a few questions. Byron, did you start the presentation? Yes? Because sour. Right, thank you. Now, how many people have managed to join or to log in? Network Kuku. The code is 5585 5585 2818. 5585 2818. I just want to be sure whether we're making progress. Apparently, this place has got very poor network. Yes or no? How many have managed to join? Oduka. Oduka, you go up. This is John. Have you managed to join? You're logging in, right? Thank you. Mentimeter, and then they ask for a code. You enter 55852818. Byron, is it showing people joining? Right, thank you. All right. So far, how many are we? Byron? Approximately how many members? All right, yep. Members are getting ready. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Moja ingia, moja ndani. Ikifika 40, we start the competition. You can join later. It doesn't harm. We are 35. Yeah. I can see people there. The robots are there. The animals are there. The fruits are there. And I know you put a name towards your name. Or you create a profile. Because at the end of the day, if we the one that is going to be awarded. So usiseme tu unaingisha tu na jina yote. Hey, once we get to 40, we will start. Now, the rules of the game. The faster you answer the question, the faster you top the list. Meaning, if you answer all questions haraka, you will be the first one. It doesn't matter whether you are the last one who may answer correctly. Number two, you only have got one chance to answer questions. You don't answer questions twice. At E, and then you want to know. I want to know. The moment you click that and submit, that is it. You cannot change. So read and understand. So be very fast, read, understand, and then we move forward. 40. Right, Baron. Let's go to the first question. Ready, go. Code. Baron. Where's the question? The code is 55852818. 2818. Okay, that's the question. Baron just asked, which of the following is the fundamental principle of responsible data management? Which of the following is a fundamental principle of A, B, C? Good. Right. 41 got it right or wrong. And there's one there who got it wrong. So the answer there is B, ensuring that is collected, processed, and stored lawfully and ethically. All right, let's see. Next question or the result. Okay, let's go. Okay, so Sam is there. Okay. So these are the people. Who's Sam? Who's 11th? Who's 11th? Hey, Lisa. Right, good. Sasa tukiendelea maswali, hao ndo watakuwa given what? But not now. This round, this questions we have some. So you So let's see now the second. Okay. The one sound here. Thanks. And who's Lisa? Oh, Nicola. Okay. Then Antonio Ogilo, you go up. You're trying. We want you to be at the top. We're only going to give maybe the first 3 or the first 5. Next question, Byron. Okay, Mentimeter number 3. Okay, answer. What is a key requirement for lawful data processing under GDPR? Don't ask me what GDPR is. You should know that. Kusha, right? Only 40 people got it right. Oh, you're really trying. So, okay. The answer is user consent and another legal basis. User consent is extremely important. Consent. That's what we did at the beginning of this meeting. Yes, we must consent. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, we might be having new leaders. Okay, some is still trying. And then you have Lisa. And then, okay. Nicolas. Who's Nicolas, by the way? He's really trying. Nicolas, where are you? Nicolas. Do you know? Okay. Max, you copy? Who's Max? Max? All right. Purity and Catherine have gone up. Yeah, have you seen? You might be the winner the other day. Okay, Mentimeter. Next question, please. Okay, Mentimeter. There we go. Right. What's the question? Which of the following describes the principle of data accuracy? You have 3 seconds left. There we go, right? So we have about 43 people who got it right. So data accuracy means this, that the organizations must ensure that personal data is accurate and up to date. Yeah, accuracy, yes. Baron, who has to answer this? Let's see. Okay. All right. We have new leaders coming on board. Lisa, where are you? All right. Lisa is really trying. And Nicole. Lakini nikisema mkitaka kuchukua pesa mtakuja. No problem. Max, Uncle Marvin, where are you? All right, Uncle Kosa. Right, thanks. Next question. Mentimeter. The next question comes like this. Why is it important to conduct regular data audits? Two seconds left. Read fast. In this world, you must read fast, answer fast, get ahead. Okay. All right. Okay. That was easy. Yeah. Almost all of you got it right. Let's see who was the first to answer. Okay, we have Lisa, Nicholas, and Komavin. Kina Purity walitoka hata nje. All right. We're getting to 10. And then we'll go to the next panelists will be here shortly, and then you. Right, fairness and discriminatory. Who was the first to answer? Thank you. a good number. Wengine wanaanza tunachagua tu hivi tu, hapana. All right, okay, this side. Okay, Max is going up. Thanks you. Blackstone coming on, Michael. Yeah, you can still 15 more. So I want us to take a break there. Stand up, everybody. Breathe in. Stretch. Some will be expected to go to Mechoka. Stretch. Breathe in. Out. Please sit down. Thank you so much. Makofi. Stage. Makofi. Panelist, Mr. Paul, Mr. Wetland, Dr. Rose, please come on board. Hapa kuna maji na soda. Soda sio maua. You can take it while we discuss. Thank you. I'm going to sit here. You're most welcome. We have it around here. And then this one can also come around here. And then thank you so much, students or participants, for your engagement. We are almost there. Do we have other mics, or we're going to use one? Just to very interactive, and we want it to be very brief, to the point. Had questions while the presenters were making their presentations and you didn't get the chance to ask. This will be the time. But before you ask, I will ask questions. They might be directed to anyone, and anyone here would be free to answer. So don't think that if I ask a mental health question, it's only Dr. Rose who's going to answer. So Mr. Paul, Mr. Wentland can also answer. So, and also those online are also invited to participate and help us understand what is happening. By now, I don't need to introduce the speakers. You already know them very well. So the very first question now is very open, but what came to my mind while Anne Salim was presenting is the use of technology in education. And this so panel members ask is this: how best going to use AI in education? We want to avoid and we know that it's going to impact on critical thinking. Nowadays, I give an assessment within a minute. How did you do this? It's AI. Where do we get the boundary, or what do we do? Because we cannot now send AI away. At the same time, we need to have it here. So it's a very open question. I don't know who would want to go first. Yes, Paul, thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I think the best way of using AI in academic situation is by teaching. saying the best way of using AI in an academic situation is by integrating the ethical consideration and also responsible computing in all our courses that we take as students in different learning institutions.
So I remember some time back, Michelle Obama said, when they go lower, you go higher. So maybe AI is here to stay with us, and there's no way of circumnavigating it. So I think it would be important now to academia to now smoke best, come out to that and be able to detect the AI. No, for now there's an engine that can help with that, though it's not so accurate because even when you use tools such as Grammarly, it can be able to but the AI developing now tools that can be able to think it is not bad, but able to at least own the content of your work. That's how it is.
Yeah. But you know, work, they use AI. It now appear that it's their work, and then they present. It's so unfortunate. The other day, non-tech savvy faculty got surprised that students are really doing a good job, wonderful job, giving in assignments in record time, well typed. I told him, but my friend, those are not students doing that. I think it is AI. So I believe capacity need capacity needs to be developed in faculty, and policy also needs to be actually like implemented or effected. Now, the next maybe a quick question before I open the question to the floor. Universities and research institutions are very important organizations within a country. And that's where we sit or we find ourselves. So how can they help in the development of AI policy that would streamline all these things we're talking about, ensure ethics, ensure proper use, etc. So I'm trying just to push in the policy side and what role do we have? I want you to pick it up, Mr. Wetland, because you're into research and policy as we come this way.
Okay, thanks for that. I think there is where that Commission of University Education, which helps with regulating universities, and I think probably the first step would be if at all universities or the academia participates in maybe spearheading the reforms that are already there. I don't know whether it applies across all universities, but I know the recommended plagiarism level is it normally 15% or is it 12%?
Yeah, they're about 10
yes.
plus or minus. Mm-hmm.
So that has been able to be adopted across board. So what if you can go now a step further and introduce probably another layer of regulation that can now help to try and buffer this, so that apart from the 10%, was now because the humanizing of AI, but then how can we come up or offer some solutions that can really ensure that the work produced is coming from students? So would oral examinations be taken in some of the solutions that you can propose? If we stay here with you and we start discussing about code, it's real time. There's no you going referring back and trying to get a code from probably GPT or any other tool. So it's something that students would have developed a capacity of over the period of time. For instance, now that they're in their fourth year, it's expected that for the 4 years period that they have gained a certain skill. That is what they can be able to discuss once they are subjected or put in front of the party. Just like the way we do the defense. You do your work and you just come and try to explain it how you did it. You can be able to determine whether someone actually did the work or someone else did the work for them. So I guess that's the angle that you can take as you try to solidify that aspect of maybe having use of AI once.
Right. One more before I open the floor to the people here. Two more questions, sorry. One will go to him, another one will go to Dr. Rose. Solomon's in the main role is not main role. One of the roles is enabling organizations align with technology. I heard your CEO talk about that and how they've really used AI and many other technologies actually to help organizations maybe move forward. You are the CEO or the Kenyan, not CEO, the branch manager, Kenya chapter, something like that. I don't know if you have any practical example of how you have tried to help either an organization or an entity to align with technology, AI, and what was the experience of, sort of.
So as Solomon's International, we are an AI last 20 years or so. So the most thing that we do to companies to ensure that they align with the new technologies and to get updated in the latest technologies is, for example, ERP. I think most of you are familiar with ERP. ERP for now is not AI enhanced. Okay, so we introduce AI into ERP to make it more enhanced, right? We also have something called AI for Higher Education. It's a tool that brings all functions of university from student administrative functions, grading systems, everything that goes on in the university into one platform, right? So the experience at the beginning
goes to you, mental health. Why is it that we are developing systems without collaborating with experts such as psychology? Because at the end of the day, these systems are being used by people, and we need to understand them very well. All of us seated here, most of us seated here are computer scientists. We don't understand how humans behave. So are we doing things wrongly, or we're supposed to change how we develop?
Thank you. I come from a social health background, and I want to say this. When he was doing presentation, he talked about co-creation, so that when you're coming up with a system, you are thinking about you, the developer, who is the expert, the engineer. Think about the user, and the user would be, for example, for me, would be the patient or the client, and then also think about the professional. So for us to make mental health interventions effective from the technological point of view, we have no choice. We need to come together and collaborate. However, a weakness, even in the university, which is always supposed to offer, like solutions because of, we sit at a very good space, whether our students or lecturers or any expert. What we are missing out on is collaborations. If we can build collaborations, you need me. I need the students who are seated here. We need each other. Collaborations very important. Let's take that.
Thank you so much. Wetland, maybe a follow-up question on this. You in the industry, you always emphasize collaboration, more especially when you're talking about research, grants, and everything. Is there anything that you want to share that would help this group of students here? Or maybe an example or a case study of how you've reached out to people and the power that collaboration brought? Because I know they are about to present their projects, and I'm sure 20% or 5% men with the who are men, at least during the development of the software.
Okay. A project that is being implemented in Machakos. I think it's a place called Katozweni. So what these grantees were doing, or the project they were working, they developed and be able to help farmers determine or get to know when the pests are about to infect their tomato. Their particular pests, they are so tiny to the effect that they would always, or by the time you come to realize that they have infested your farm, too late, is a solution to try and warn the farmers of an disaster that will deter, because they know the optimum they will have temperatures and precipitation at a certain, able to determine as to whether these early warning messages to the respective farmers. Now they were also using the farm schools and the farm mentees technique that, for instance, if you do not own a smartphone, you are not really subscribed to that particular application, then your neighbor who owns one should be able to warn you, because they have graded them like green, red, yellow. Green being you are safe, yellow you are not so far from the danger, red you are in danger. So you need to act immediately. So for them to get to that particular point where this worked, we had the developers who had a brilliant idea of how this would work. It was just a matter of trying to determine how you can interpret the meteorological data so that you can be able to share this particular information and the farmers are able to act in real time. But as far as that was concerned, bring in or ensure that they partner now with a private institution. Okay, they were a private institution. They were to partner with a research institution, in this case, one of the local universities. That they had to actually work group that they are the ones who are growing tomatoes in that particular region. there's this indigenous knowledge that they already have because they've been dealing with this particular crop for quite a bit of time. Now, as much as we are providing a solution, we cannot just disregard the knowledge that they already have on what is taking place. So it was a matter of trying to have a convergence between the conventional science together with the indigenous knowledge, then coming up with something that now can be easily acceptable to the community, because again, was
I open the floor for questions here. Lately, the Gen Zs have resorted to using AI to fight or respond to government displeasure and many other things out here. We have things like this technology like deepfakes that can create a movie of me doing crazy things out there, and then they're using it as a way of expressing themselves. I know the people who are affected in one way or another might have mental issues. I don't know. But do you think that's the right way of expressing oneself? Or do you think that the people doing it might also be having psychological problems? I don't know. Or it's a warfare of psychology. I don't know. I've just brought something here that is just humongous. Pick what you think is supposed to be answered and maybe respond to it. So are we in the right direction, or we don't have the right frameworks to guide us, or it's us who don't know what is supposed to be done? Paul, you hear me? Let me give you the mic.
So, as the country at the moment, we don't have enough tools to regulate artificial or the use of artificial intelligence in the country, right? So I think the most important thing that we need to do as a country is to legislate the members of the public on the ethical and responsible use of artificial intelligence. That's what the government needs to focus on right now, according to my view. So, for example, Solomons International, we have training and development for artificial intelligence. And it's actually open. Any of the students who like to come for training in our company, you will come. We have internships after training where you will use our own tools for training. So there's something called prompt engineering, right? And there's something called generative AI. So artificial intelligence is a generative AI, right? So once someone is well legislated how to use artificial intelligence, he can have, when someone is well trained or legislated on how to use artificial intelligence through prompt engineering, he can be able to generate or to instruct AI to come up with something that it's sending a message, but not in a wrong way, right? Yeah. So that's my view on that question.
I'm aware, just briefly, the Gen Z, this is something that we are going to live with. And sometimes frustrations creates when people have no nowhere to turn to.
You can't watch a video certain things because of the restrictions that they have. If you are in this type of should be, why can they go a step further? And because there is a way to know AI generated material. So if at all we know this is AI generated material, then they should have the restrictions at source. I think that should be able to have the get to some cheap embarrassments. For instance, you remember the what's it, the permanent
Go and guess before we are, just because of 7,000 to a young pastor. They took advantage of our young people. On the other end, we went there willingly. Asked us, what can these young people do? What are we telling this generation, which is tech savvy on data capitalism? How can they be responsible and also utilize that space?
Right, thank you. Panelists, please jot down because we might be answering that. Yes, Mr. Chambo is here.
Good afternoon. Sometimes I like being a little bit passionate. I think I like the way Dr. Mui said it in the morning, that some of these things, the laws are there, but it depends on who is applying them. I would like to give a scenario, which is there in the public domain. During this war in the middle between Israel and Hamas, there were some walkie-talkies which were imported from somewhere. And then they were intercepted in deep seas. by the Israelis, and they injected some technology there, such that when the recipient will again, when you try to use them, they were exploding and they were killing. The Israelis were very happy about that technology, but I'm very sure the Arab world were not very happy about that. So my question is it ethical to steal somebody's technology, something there, really harmful? But two, they are saying that they are intercepted somewhere. That was international law, but that was stealing. For the Israelis, they are saying that was very good because it protected their people. For this company, which developed those that technology, the walkie-talkies, they are very afraid because their technology was copied. Number two, other people might fear buying from them those walkie-talkies. So which one is ethical? That is question number one. Number two, should we also teach our students on how to hack some of these systems? So the head backing, I understand is there. I don't know whether we have it like that in this university. Because when we are protecting our people, to us, it is ethical. But that means we need to get technology from others who want to arm us. Try to change it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Panelists, you want to answer that? Any student who has a question? These are two members of staff. Any student? Okay, yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon. And my name is Steve Jakova. So I think the AI has brought adverse effect in education. Right now, if you go to live, you will find that few of them are there, few students are there. Why? Because when it comes to exams, people really know, comrades really know that they have ChatGPT in their phone, they have questionnaire in their phone, so they can't think. So it has reduced critical thinking in the students. That's why in the near future, we will see fake engineers, we will see fake medicine students, medicine practitioners. You will see also fake laws because questionnaire has brought things to be easier. Comrades know that when it reach exams, they will use and held in examination, they will pass. In my life, I have never seen Steve Stone library selling books. But when it comes to the stealing of telephones, you will find them stealing. But when it comes to, you will find them not reading, not the library. So I wonder, where are you heading to? And my second question to the, why is it, yes, where are we heading? So, my question to Dr. Ross. What is the difference between depression and stress? And then, can it pass a day without a person has not experienced stress or depression? Thanks.
Thank you, panelists. The ball is on the court here. Who wants to go first? Right, thank you.
So, I didn't get the name of the doctor who's asked the second question.
Chambo. Chambo. Kiambo. Oh, yeah, Benjamin Chambo.
All right. So, I think he's. Let me start with his. Then I can go to Dr. Jane, and then I can try to answer something on Steve. So should students be taught how to hack systems? I think yes, they should. Because I remember they told us set a thief to catch a thief. So you need to know
probably how this, you need to really understand how this system works, so that even in the future, if you are told you are to come up with some sort of system proofs for that particular application, it can work. For instance, we've been having an issue, I don't know whether it was an issue this time around, it was resolved. When we had elections, we had this issue that someone has infiltrated the server. I don't know, someone has done what and what. But I know even before this particular system is actually released, they call for, there's normally a call for ethical hackers to come and try and infiltrate that particular system so that they can be able to identify the leaks that are there and give the organization sufficient time to try and see how to work on them so that it can be really secure. So that can only be done if students are allowed or are able to be taught hacking. On the other question that you asked, there is a lot of geopolitics that's involved in that. Where where I stand or my thoughts on it, I think it was extremely wrong because the company that is producing the walkie-talkies, now they do have a PR nightmare because how are they going to convince their clients that their products, or rather they did not even willingly give their products to Israel so that they could do whatever modifications that they did to them, so that it becomes a bit tricky. So for that one, I feel probably there was an overstepping on that particular point. Uh, the IP, of course, was infringed in one way or the other. And again, it goes back to the previous question. That means the Israelites could or knew exactly how those systems work, and that's how they were able to tamper with it and still fix it in a manner that still appeared to be like the original one. So that's at times it's a dicey area to look at because we really don't know how and why whatever is happening and is happening. Now, to Dr. Jane on data capitalism, I think the quickest solution to that would be on regulations. So you'll find that, for instance, there are some applications that cannot be used in China, for instance. I think WhatsApp is one of them. If at all you need to use it, then you'll have to acquire or procure a VPN service, which is also a bit costly, but they have used that to be able to actually just have some sort of control on how they're going to manage their things. The same, I think, happens to Google. They do have their own search engine, which works for them. For them to get to that point, they have very clear regulations that they have used to try and protect them from such infiltrations that come. In the absence of strong regulations, any Tom, Dick, and Harry will come with anything for experiment purposes. This time around, people were the global eye worked. Tomorrow, someone will come with a global ear and other things. So probably it's now upon us to just try and see how best we can probably even lobby some of the parliamentarians through the appropriate lobby groups that are there, try to push for development of a policy or a law that's going to protect the masses against this. Now, to Steve, you had an interesting question. Let me just refer back to it. On where are we headed with the availability of AI? There are two things or two possible destinations. So we can either end up having what you've accurately described as having half-baked professionals at the end of the day, or else we can also end up having very superior professionals at the end of the day. How? If at all I think Doc here labored to explain how, well, maybe she was in school, how the even communication was a challenge, and I believe for most of them they really had to go to the library, read the physical books, and go through all the catalogs and stuff. By then, librarians really had uh, a real job. Right now, from the comfort of your seat, you can actually pull out any journal paper that you want. You really don't need to go to the library to access any particular book. So I'm imagining it as you are someone and able to add whatever now AI is able to give you, because it has access to all these engines, all this wealth of knowledge that is there, and it can decompress it for you in a manner that, depending on the prompt that you assigned it. So you have all this in your hand. So I'm trying to imagine how the beast that you can become, if at all you are good, you are actually using your brain the way it's supposed to be used, then adding this other layer of knowledge. Now you become a superior professional in your particular field. But if at all you just rely on AI as it is, because AI, even I like the disclaimer that's normally at the bottom. It always tells you that some of the responses that it can give you is not accurate. So if at all you do not have the capacity to even know this one, hii hapa nimeenjoyiwa. If at all you can't tell that, then it means you're just picking everything that you are being given. So I think you should be able to discern what the information that is being given by AI is true and valid, and the one that is not. Now, it makes you a better professional. So I think those would be.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me go to Mr. Paul and then Dr. Rose.
So to start with the first question from Dr. Jen is the capital. So I think this is a self-individual know or to do due diligence. Yeah, can you hear me, right? So on data capitalism, it's a self-presenting. An individual needs what kind of for example, think altcoin will come or they came. You need to know what kind of data they need and why. Do some due diligence before they will come with some good deals, good money, 6,000, 7,000. They will even tell you when you get you reach around 3,000 points, you can convert them to this amount of dollars. So you need to do due diligence before you go and try such things. For Dr. Kiambo, yes, I think technologies don't have copyrights. I think. So, for example, Iron Dome from Israel. Another country, for example, you hear the powerful countries, they have informants, they have spies from, that they send to different countries overseas. What they're going to do is they're going to steal technology and data and advance their own digital warfare. So technology does not have copyright, according to me.
Thank you.
So how to study? I mean, is it advisable to study hacking? Yes, it is. You have heard of the anonymous group, the infamous anonymous. They have been hacking e-citizen for the last, I don't know how many years. They have been disturbing Kenya and other East African countries. Everything and hack what they did, the hackers. So ethical hackers, are there, and you need to study hacking in an ethical way. So that's why there is ethical hacking. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll give it to Dr. Rose.
Let me start with where are we heading to? Apart from teaching, I interact a lot with students in mental health support. And I want to say this, that is very important, as you said. Integrate AI and critical thinking. Never drop critical thinking, even when AI makes it easy for you to do exams, to do cards, to copy and paste, continue developing your critical thinking. You know what? You will be copying and pasting, and because you are an IT student, you are smart, those are the reading, but you will pay for it. When you sit in a place where I sit, and you are a lecturer who can't deliver, and cannot even mark thesis because you are used to copy pasting. Probably I would say that though it was old-fashioned, but it really sharpened us. The first thing that I had to learn during my orientation when I got to KU, that's like 30 years ago, know how to use Encyclopedia Britannica. And the professor would say that. But then that gone, I would say that please, even when AI makes it easy for you to walk your academic journey, retain your critical thinking, because you are going to need it. It's much better than loitering in Kisumu ndogo, and then at the end of the semester, you know you are going to pass. You will even get a first-class degree, and when you go for interview, when you apply, when you do your applications and they're looking at this candidate who got a first-class degree, and you get there and you can't answer any question, because maybe you are told put your computer aside, your phone, and respond to this. Can you imagine you have a first-class degree and you know nothing in that interview? You will pay for it. And that is why he's saying that we are going to have fake doctors, but if you have a doctor who can't treat, a surgeon who can't operate, a lecturer who can't deliver, who is in trouble, you end up being frustrated, you frustrate the organization. And when the time comes for people to go home, you'll be the first casualty. Although you may still navigate your workplace because of your knowledge in IT. So I really urge you to take your academic journey seriously, because you're not going to have another one. This period will be gone and will be gone. Be honest. Be a person of integrity. That is that. For stress and depression, there's a big difference. Anybody getting into a mental health problem starts with stress. Stress is always the journey to mental health. And the stress is normal. It's a normal experience when there's a lot of pressure on your body, and you respond either by fighting back or taking off. Stress is good to some extent. It's good to experience some stress. For example, if you're going to sit for exams and you're not stressed about it, you're not going to read. So stress is good. Some little stress is good because it helps us achieve. However, the stress that is bad is the kind of stress that is overwhelming. And I want you, students, to learn to know your body emotional thermometer. Just get to know that you are getting stressed and you are getting overwhelmed. And because I'm talking to my colleagues on a daily basis on developing systems, you may not have time to see me. I may not have time to see you face to face, but if you can adopt technology into mental health services, then it would be very easy. There could be an app where you just ask me that, oh, Dr. Tieno, today I feel like this. Am I stressed? Then I respond. So it makes your work easy. However, when stress is overwhelming, you can develop any other mental health problem, including depression. Depression, all of us have been depressed in one way or the other. But depression is in levels. We have mild depression, we have moderate depression, and we have severe. We get concerned when we get to severe depression, which is clinical, and it may require you to seek medical services from a psychiatrist or go for psychotherapy. Depression is bad because it also comes with many other problems. But this is what I say. Let us learn ourselves body warnings, mental health warnings, so that should we feel we are overwhelmed, let us seek psychological support. Because there's a journey that you take with mental health and you don't want to go there. I always tell students, my colleagues, my family members, everybody around me, that you better not end up in a place like Madare Mental Health Hospital, because at that point, you will only be managed. Most of the mental health problems are not treatable. Although the doctors will tell you, I'm giving you medications, but medications are just relievers. So when you get into a serious mental health problem, you will not be treated, but you'll be managing the symptoms for a long time. It will interfere with your daily living. So why should you get into that? And why shouldn't we develop systems that can support people in mental health, providing mental health services? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This one, thank you so much, panelists, and everybody. Let me just say this. We are in a transition and lots of technology will come our way. Soon and very soon, you're going to hear people going for surgery, not maybe to increase the muscles here or there, but to implant a chip somewhere to make him or her superhuman being. And then you would want to compete with this person in the same class. I don't know what's going to happen. But as technology comes, we need to keep on upgrading, updating, and getting to know how this technology affects us. That's extremely important. So when you see Elon Musk coming up with Neuralink and trying to use it in the right way, there are people who might again use it in the wrong way. So technology is here, it will come, it can be used positively or negatively. Next, you are developers. Sometimes you can design a system whereby when somebody just sees the UI, UX, or the UI, they feel stressed. So bad, so poor, or so, I don't know, not good for interaction. You need to know how to design. You need to know how to secure data. People sometimes say, data in that system is not good. All these things are supposed to be learned and integrated into your projects. So basically, I believe we have learned one or two things, and I want to close this discussion here. And I hope there's no question or burning question. We'll take one, and then I will. Any burning? Now we have, okay. Now come, what we're burning or kuja baby? We are finishing. Come, please, 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 please. Please, come. Come. Max 4 people. They ask the question, we finish, and then we'll allow the guests to go somewhere while we finish our Mentimeter and even start awarding people what? Byron. Mentimeter go on. Safi. Okay. So be to the point. So ask the question, sit down. Thank you.
My name is Juma Austin. My question is, now that this AI is developing and is evolving, there is some potential of surpassing human understanding. What will you do in terms of that?
I will be too higher than us to even comprehend. It will be like God and us here. Oh. Do we need Jesus Christ in between here? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay, I'm Catherine Juma, and my question is, okay, mostly you talk about the agriculture when you are presenting your slides, and there was no other thing that majored mostly that was edu or medicine related. Do you do other researches, or it's only based on agriculture? Then another question is, you said you cannot start each and every project, of which is okay, but do you consider collaborating with universities or students in supporting their AI projects, or do you offer government programs in your international research? Yes.
I'm Jack. To Muhatia, this is the question, not Muhatia, the
say on a case where somebody, let's say those who are doing mental health or a medical course or a medical project, there are so many diseases. Maybe the signs and symptoms of the diseases may be the same case. After having the AI to prescribe what you're having to help you, then it directs you to the wrong way. So who is there to be sued, to be blamed for the mess of the AI? Is it the programmer, developer, or the advisor, the developer?
Or all of them, sindio? Thank you. Yeah, huyu anasema ile gari na self driving ikigonga mtu naye anapelekwa jelani, sindio? Yeah.
I'm Robert, and we have been told that AI is as good as the data set that we use to train it. And when dealing with ethical AI, then there's that question of bias. And we all know that human beings are kind of inherently biased. So is it possible, for example, to build a system, is not biased? Then there's another question of fairness. Who defines like when an AI system is fair, or is it the developer, the government, or the community that are being affected with the AI system? Because what is fair to me, I don't.
Thank you so much. Shikai, na wewe.
So I forgot her name. She asked about research and internships and training. So for Solomon's International, we do trainings for over 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months training. 3 months it's a basic training. 6 months it's called an advanced training, which has a certificate. We also have a 12 months training, which has a diploma. We also provide global certificates, which are recognized globally. After your training, we give you an internship. You work in Solomon's International for 6 months, right? Okay, yeah. So actually, we are going to give a proposal to Kisii University. If they accept our proposal, we will open a learning center in your institutions. We put computers, developers from our companies, our branches in India and Malaysia will come to train you for 6 months or 3 months, depending on the level that you have chosen. Yeah. So you pray your university accept our proposal. So for fairness and biasness, there's something called explainability. That's one of the challenges that AI has. It doesn't explain where the data that it has given you comes from. Okay, so that's one of the things that developers and AI companies are trying to fight. So when it comes to fairness, it can only be fair to you when you are asking the right thing. So if you ask AI something that it's not, AI it's only fair when you ask it the right thing. Okay. For example, if you ask AI something that is not ethical, it can't respond. If you have noticed, ChatGPT can't respond to something that's not ethical, right? If you ask it, for example, how to kill somebody, it can't answer that. Okay. So the next question, I think.
Okay. Thanks for the question. Some were indeed quite tough, but I'll start with Mwast. So your worry was bordering on what will happen when AI is too intelligent for us. I think that was the question.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. So I think probably you may have watched some movies like I Robot or those sci-fi movies that seem to depict that that's where we are headed. But from where I sit, I don't think we are going to be there yet. Not anytime soon, because still there's a lot of reliance on robotics or AI on us. Yes, they can do things quite faster, but they still need the critical thinking of man to aid it in one or the other. So I would want to remain optimistic that we are not going to go down that road. For Catherine, yes, I on the whatever we are doing on AI and agriculture, because that is the project that we are currently implementing. We have thematic areas that ATPS actually handles, and that includes climate and environment, food, 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 food and nutrition. Then it comes to education, then digital economy, so and energy and health. So we have all those components that are thematic areas that we deal in. However, for this particular project, because you see projects how they normally work, there is normally a call for proposal by a certain funder, and you're supposed to develop a proposal that aligns to what they think, uh, or rather what they want you to offer. So on this one, it was largely on agriculture and food systems. Having said that, I think we do work with universities across board. Even one of our latest grantees is university. So I'm not so sure the model that this university is going to use, whether they're going to involve some students to work in that particular project. But we do have an MOU with them. We do have, or rather, we've given them a grant to implement a project for the next few months, maybe for the next 1 year. Then us from what we are also experiencing here in pharmacology, and it provides a wrong prescription to someone. Then, um, ideally, the right people to sue for that matter would be the, the developer. But again, that's why we also have the intermediaries. Like there's a real doctor who's supposed to work in conjunction with that, so that AI is just not going to prescribe that you are given a full dose of maybe Panadol. So they just have to have someone to regulate it. But as it is at the moment, the fragmented logo have there's a wide gap there that can be exploited by any developer. So there's need for us to be quite vigilant in processing the information that we get from some of these AI. Then lastly, I think Robert asked something to do with bias in AI. I think to address it, let's look at it from, let's pick an example of gender bias. So all these models, the way they work, you have to teach them. You're giving them a particular data set so that they can learn from it, like so that next time they can be able to determine this is X and this is Y. How do we get there? We get there during the data collection phase. And while you're doing this data collection, then it's imperative upon you as the driver of that particular innovation that you deliberately decide that you're going to consider gender equity in that particular project. So if you don't, then it means the output that you're going to get at the end of the day is going to be biased. The same way, I had one of the speakers, I think it was man, talking about something to do with facial recognition at some point. So if at all we are not able to train the models to understand that we have a black, we have Africans, who have white, who have Asians, and we have very different skin tones. So if we are not able to train them at the conceptual stage, of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be really, going to be biased, because if the narrative that it's fed, for instance, let me just use a bad example that happens in the United States. If you are to tell one of these GPTs that normally is able to create images, that you want someone, or you want it to depict a criminal who has been arrested, probably in Texas or in Houston, I can bet you the image that you're going to get is going to be of a black guy in that, or rather cuffed or being cuffed, because the information that probably just gathered from the guy is it relates criminality in black. But that's a systematic issue that started from the very beginning. So if at all this can be corrected, then we are able to come up with unbiased models that are a bit fair as compared to what we I think what we currently have. So I think I have.
Thank you so much. Makofi wapi panelists. Thank you so much, panelists, for the presentation discussions. I would ask that maybe you come and sit here. While they're coming to sit there, I would go to my Mentimeter. But before, yes, let me just go to my Mentimeter. I want to recognize two very important persons who have joined. Dr. Banti, please come and just stand here. Dr. Bogonko, please come and stand here. Now, Dr. Banti is a lecturer, no, a senior lecturer, actually, I think. Yeah, please introduce yourself. One word.
How are you? Yes, my name is Dr. Banti Silas, Longo University. I'm happy to join you. AI is the way to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Bokonko. I work in Tanzania. Lecturers should be prepared to immerse themselves in AI. We are not prepared, man.
Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Byron? Are we there? All right. Let's keep going to the end so that we get the winners. Wait. All right. I am waiting, but I wish that we had a word from our PI who's online. Right? Are you ready? Please, please, please.
Gary, can you hear me?
Hapa ndio sasa opportunity ya kunyakua. Olivia, Computer Science. Right, thank you. As you're joining, I want to welcome all the guests to be led outside by Mr. to a place where you're going to sit comfortably and start your lunch. So all the guests, thank you. and may God bless you. So, Dr. Banti, you can join the guests, and Dr. Bogonko, you can also join this. Right. Are you there, students? 60 mmetokea wapi saizi? Where were you morning? Right. Now, let me start. Sawa, si ndio? Byron, let's go. Answer fast, get more points. Which of the following is a major ethical concern in AI decision making? Unasoma hapo kwa simu yako. Usisikie mwalimu anasema nini? Hakuna. 2 seconds, 1 second. There you go. Kwisha. Right. Yeah. Bias in training data. Right. 54 of us are, yes, got it right. And who is doing well? Let's see. We might be having, CR, Cristiano Ronaldo. Amefika hapi hapo. Okay. So it's Lisa, Max, and Mavin. Lo is coming on board. Thank you so much. At the Blackstone, you can Anthony. Next question. There you go. Mentimeter, 65 players. And answer fast to get more points. Why is transparency in AI systems? Hey, BCD, Pinyaraka, don't let that marks go like that. Right? 2 seconds, go. Everyone has voted. Right, thank you. It is to ensure decisions made by AI are explainable and understandable. Thank you. Let's see who did that extremely first. We have the people coming here, and it is this. In internet, nini shida bana? Byron. Hapana, wewe unafinya. Internet yako itakuokoa. Kama unatumia Airtel. Okay, I think we are there. Just hold on. We have issues connecting to the quiz. If the problem, okay, I think it's internet. So kindly, okay, just go to the next one. No problem. Next. Okay, I think the results are coming. Kuna issue ya internet hapa Kisii University. I don't know what's up. It is problematic. Man, haijui, some of us want unga ya jioni from here, right? I think that one would work now. Okay, yeah, just refresh there. Let's see what happens. Okay, ikikataa, we are going to use the results we have. Sindio? Yes or no? All those who are saying yes, hands up. All those saying no, hands up. The yes have it. Okay. Right, thank you. Lisa and Max and Uncle Marvin still topping the list. Wow. Very good. Next question, please. Once we get to the end, Dr. Choi, kindly notify me. Answer fast to get more points. There you go. Which approach can help reduce bias in AI models? Santa wacha kusoma, ndio wale wanasoma pole pole, waende pole pole. 8, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1. All right. Okay. Using diverse and representative data sets will help reduce that. Byron, next. Watu wanaanguka yani wanaambia ni A. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay, Lisa still topping and Max coming. Right. Hey, Uncle Mavo anakuja mbaya. Right. Next. Mentimeter, let's go. Go. Which principle ensures that AI respects fundamental human rights? Go, Mentimeter. Ugali, unga. Let's go, man. Right. It's C. It's autonomy and human oversight. 4 last questions. We are done. 5 last questions. We are done. Who is doing extremely well here? Still Lisa. You got 8247. Amongeze hizo. She's the only one with 9,000. Oh, okay. She's trying. Next. This is the fourth last question. What is an example of an ethical AI use? Haraka. Unapinya mara moja. Soma. 4 more questions left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Let's see what's happened. Okay, AI powered hiring system. And you're going to shoot it towards many other people. All right, thank you. Next, who did very well here? Wow, Lisa still topping the list. Wow, already 10,000. Extremely fast. Thank you, Uncle Mavo, Max, Antonio, Lo, Eunice, Magical Rhino, Waribe, at least amefika hapa na Felix Otieno. Right. Wengine mko wapi? Next, Byron. Oh. Answer fast. Unasoma sasa, nenda kunyamaza. $15, $14, $10, $8, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $0. Let's see. Algorithm explainability. Hey, kwa nyinyi mko wapi? Watu wamekimbilia huko si data encryption and fast processing speed. No. Right, let's see who got it right this time round. We are left with 3 questions. Right. Wow. Hey, at least Eunice Nzilani amefika mahali. Na Purity comeback ya Purity na Catherine. Wengine mko wapi? Lisa still topping the list. Yes. 13. 2 more questions after this one. Answer fast to get more points. This is ethical AI. Responsible computing. Integrating RCC concepts in your project. 6, 5, 4. Okay, that was easy. Yes, thank you. Almost 70 of you got A by testing AI models for bias. That's very true. And fairness. You almost got it right, lakini haukufanya haraka. Let's see mwenye alifinya haraka. Lisa. Mavo. Oh, okay. Naona kina Purity wanaendelea kung'ana kwenda juu. 2 more questions. We're done. We go. Answer fast to get more. A, B, C, D, whichever. Which ethical principle ensures that AI does not cause harm? It is beneficence. Algorithm. Do you know the meaning of beneficence? ChatGPT. Leo amutumiza ChatGPT. Ayo saidi kitu hapa. Right? Hey, it's Lisa. Topping. How is this possible? Max Waribe Purity. Yeah. Hao ndio wale wakasomanga novels high school. Wanaelewa kusoma haraka. Byron, let's go. The last question and the least we get there mtakuja hapa mbele. Black box. Six, 0. An AI system whose decision-making process is not explainable. Now, if you see your name there, please come to the front. If you see your name there, come to the front. I don't know if you're doing top 10 or top 5. Prizes tuko nazo ni ngapi? Prizes ni ngapi? Tano ama 10? Okay. Are you done or we add the more questions? Yeah. Oh, do you think it? Yeah. Now, if you see your name here, come up front. Come up front. Makofi kwa wale watu kama Lisa, Uncle Marvin, Max, Eunice Nzilani, Wadibe, Lo, Felix Otieno, Ian, Anthony Ogilo, and none other than Purity and and Catherine. So you people are one, Sindio? Yes. Right. Kwanze number 1 huko. Lisa, stay there. Number 2, Uncle Mavo. Uncle Mavo yuko wapi? Mavo ingia hapo hivyo. Huyu jamaa wangu wa cryptography. Number 3 ni Max. Okay, screen yangu musi block. Max yuko wapi? Number 3. Okay, Elisa. Number 2 ni Uncle Marvin. You are, how many are you? You are 2. Okay, one to stand behind another one. Hivyo. Number 3 ni Max. Max yuko wangapi? Are you alone? Or uko peke yako? Number 4 ni Eunice Nzilani. Yeah, you alone? So, yeah, young man, toka kwa nyuma. Alafu Waribe. Right, so just come after Eunice here. Then we can jump to this other side. So we go after Waribe. We have Low. Who's Low? The one next. Kindly just stand this other side of the projector. Uko sawa hivyo. So after Low, we have Felix Otieno. Where are you? Stand there. Kwenye huku. Ian? Bana, unakujenga class? Okay, stand there. Thank you. And then we have Anthony Gilo. Right, and Purity and Catherine. Makofi kwao na tena. Catherine, nyuma ya Purity. So I hand this over to the team on this side. Let them prepare the parcel. Now, to make things clear, the team there is telling me that since they have really participated so well, they're going to get some little. So when I say that is a 100. So ni ngapi? Hata mjui ni ngapi? Sio tao, wewe tao moja wewe. And then we'll see. Oh, yeah, Doc, please.
We want to appreciate the effort. We were giving 100 shillings for the first 10 winners. So those ones who paired up, I think I can see some people who are 2. You will share. It's 100 per win. I thought we talked of fairness with AI. Let's appreciate them. So Dr. Marke, this is their 1,000 bob. they will go and look for change. So we give to Lisa. Lisa, you look for a way to get the change. Appreciate them, please. You can have your seat.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This right. Everybody's a winner, yes or no? So I want to appreciate each one of you for the efforts and your patience and your participation in today's workshop. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Number one,
Can you hear
if you've been selected or handpicked or engaged, if you've been
Can you hear me?
called upon by Madam Teresa to remain behind, kindly immediately we call off this meeting, come to this table. You know what you're supposed to do. The 4 people called upon, kindly come here. Number 2, I want to thank everybody who has come here, beginning from you, the students, to the panelists and facilitators, the staff, and the media team, and everybody who has been here. It's been awesome to have each one of you here. We still continue integrating ethics into our computer science project. So some of the questions that are here were on the LMS, the course that you're supposed to be going through. There's something that is known as H5P. Some of the questions here were there, so you could have easily gotten the Mwakenya, do kuja hapo upate something. But I want to say this. We are here to support you, more especially when it comes to advancing your ideas. So it's not just projects. Beyond project, you've seen people online who fund startups. You've heard people online who take people for internship. You've had people who give grants and money. And these are our partners, and we always work with them. So just rest assured, understand this, that we are still interested in seeing whether you are still understanding the concept of R6E. Come the day you're going to present your projects to various other panels for marks, now for examination, we'll still be there with the same questions. And you never know whether we'll invite even some other industry people to come and see the projects. And who knows, your project can be picked up, people might want just to come and work with you, or even give you some internship, paid internship somewhere. So keep integrating RCC concepts into your project. If you don't understand this concept, please go through the notes and the videos that are online and the H5P interactive media. It will really help you understand what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, I really would Professor Mzee, he has not been with us from the time we began up to this moment. And Prof, thank you so much for your patience. We might have had some few challenges here and there, but here we are. The students are excited, and also the staff members are excited. We would really wish to hear from you. And I want to ask Byron to kindly connect Prof. Mzee to at least give a word to us. Prof, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hebu ongeza sauti kidogo.
And now, is it
Hello,
better?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's better.
Apologies apologies. I'm in a place where I can't have my video on, but for real, I'm a human being, not an AI talking to you. So, students, thank you so much for attending the workshop. Our objective was to connect you with the beautiful world of computing and look at the responsible part of it. So as you develop these amazing solutions, what are the responsible part of it that you have to take into account? And so in that venture, you have looked for amazing experts from the industry and even from the academia, and even from the research fields. And I think they've labored quite a lot since this morning on the issues of policies. If you're going to hack our system, or if you're going to build a solution that is going to use data, and that data is collected without people's consent, then you can be sued. And so that's what we're going to discuss in the morning. And I hope that sang quite well. So as we're finishing campus the next 1, 2, 3 days, so that has to think quite well that any project you're going to do, you have to appreciate that you are accountable to it. And then I think it's been amazing hearing from moralists and atheists like Rosa telling you that there is an aspect of moral that we can't teach you in class that has to go along the way as you do your assistance. And then the amazing discussion from Anne and also Paul telling you the industry perspective of what they expect of you tomorrow when you graduate. And then the ATPS guy telling you, Wetland telling you that there are amazing solutions available and opportunities, and it's you to go grab them, particularly on the issue to do with policy in the AI research, and even just AI application. And even reminding us that you've moved from AI safety to AI responsiveness. So my challenge to you is, as you're finishing your course now, this project's objective was basically that, to empower you, to give you grounds that post this fourth year, a new solution developed, not necessarily AI, but any computing solution developed, you bring in the responsible part of it. And I think that to me has been achieved kind of. So I challenge you now, you have mastered a few stuff. We are working on the last bit of you're doing the last bit of your project. So I'm excited to see what you're going to present in your project and demonstrate the responsible part of it. And as you'd expect, we will use the verdict of the presentation to see how you perform, and then have an innovation day to have you showcase your work, and it brings still more guests to come from the industry mostly, and you don't know who will be there. So try to make sure that your project is interesting, that can attract somebody to come and want to scale it up for you. So that's a beautiful way of making money without necessarily looking for a job in the job market that's not even there today. And so we are hoping that in that innovation day, a few of you would get a little bit of some reward that if you're careful, then you can use to scale your project. You don't take it and eat it like last time you did when you entered here. For the students who are doing that, in that project, I think you all guys are in except science students. So I hope that this time round, you get that little fund and use for scaling, and the entire team is available to support you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you during the project presentations, I think in a week or 2 weeks time from now. So between now and then, please go make it better, fine tune it. All that I've discussed here today are going to be asked as you make your presentation. And then after your exams, I'm looking forward to seeing the Innovation Day where you showcase your work with the entire university and to the guests. And then I think something else, there would be the content in the LMS. Please go through them, because you never know. Mark has been in a very good mood of awarding people some things. He may just randomly pick the best, the people that have finished the content. Just so we go through it, that can help you a lot also. But it's also important to give us your feedback as you go through them. tell us where you think there is a need for improvement or where you think you've surpassed expectation, so that the next students who are going to direct that content next year would make it, will have something better. Because our objective was that we have been teaching project in a different way, but this time around we want to give a different flavor. And so then if this is something that can be useful for the other students tomorrow, then you need to hear that from you so that we're able to make it better to help the students next time. So that you don't have to struggle so much in knowing how to do your projects when you can basically have amazing materials online available for that. So I think I want to leave it at that point. Apologies from Kamal. Kamal was traveling. So we should have asked him to make a recorded version of his speech. But all the same, we'll be expecting him in Kenya, I think, later this year. Yes. So otherwise, thank you so much, students and colleagues, for the good work you've done. I'm so grateful. So I think, students, I think your COD owes you lunch. So make sure she gives you your lunch before you leave. Bye-bye for now. Good afternoon.
Right, thank you. Did you hear that? Makofi kwa profesa. Amesema saa hizi kuna lunch. Hivyo COD anawasort lunch nyote. Number 2, unasotiwa lunch kama umejaza Google form. Si ndio? Yes. Google form, ingia tu hapo, unakuja hapo unasotiwa lunch ukiendaka kwenda huko. Google form iko. Otieno, Google form iko. Next, I want a student just to give a vote of thanks. One student to give a vote of thanks. Byron, show me the top 10 list. Byron, show me the top 10. Top 10? I'm top 5. I want the top 5. Why, sorry, I meant meter. Which student is going to give a vote of thanks before our dean also just closes this meeting? I'm so grateful. Wale top 10 wako wapi? Lisa, come. We had guests here who refused to drink soda. Which brand do you like, Coke or Fanta Orange? Well, number 2, Uncle Mavi, where are you, please? Uncle Marvin? Coke and sour. I want a kanga to Coke one. Yeah. Next, we have Max. Right, Mr. Max. Thank you. What does I share kwa number 4? Who is Eunice Zelani? Hawa se wengine tunapatia maji, si ndio? Ama hakuna haja. All right, who's going to give a vote of thanks from students, please? Just 1 minute. And Dean, please, Dean, Dr. Maina, you want to come and give vote of thanks and close the meeting? Who's going to give vote of thanks, student? Should I put something kidogo on the table to see whether... Oh, Bruce, huh? All right, Bruce, please, come. Bruce, come. Bruce, just come. Thank you. Bruce, thank you. Makofi. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, I would like to thank our facilitators for this event. We have been able to gain much. And then here, thank you all for coming. It was not easy, but not on a job. So, yeah, thank you.
Kofi Bruce, thank you so much. So once the dean prays, you remain seated. You will be told how you are collecting your lunch. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marke, for making it lively, especially with the Mentimeter. It was so lively. Everybody was alert. At least we learned something. It wasn't easy from our end. We didn't know how to occupy you people and have your stay through that time. Thank you for coming. For those who are claiming to have come in late, I am the one who distributed consent forms, isn't it? And whoever was there, I even lifted my hand. I took over the remainder. It's okay. It's just a consent form, but it has some implication. So to give you your lunch, we said we didn't know your preference. Kuna vile nani aliita chafua. I don't know what that chafua is, Edgar. So the PI said that we shall give you your lunch. We shall use those forms to call your names. Yeah, hizo forms tutatumia. So ukiniambia saizi ukujaza, I am the one who gave out those forms. So I gave to everybody. I even walked through this aisle and I ensured everybody got a consent form. As much as you wanted to also to be sure and get your consent, that is what will inform now the payment. Pole kama hukujaza. And then thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. Ensure they read the LMS. Yeah, the documents we have placed in the LMS. That also informs us and informs something. The Google document is the other criteria. I've only seen 62 people have filled. Can you take time and fill that Google document before you leave? Because we shall not pay you. We shall check in the system. That's the problem with technology. It's so clear and we can see. We saw Lisa. There's nothing we could have done. At some level, I thought she was rigging and I was wondering. Volunteer students to pray for us. A volunteer
Before you pray, there are 4 people who are going to meet Edgar. Marumba, are you getting? They meet you, right? Yeah, there are 4 people who are going to meet Edgar Marumbu. Yeah. So if I mention your name, you see Marumbu. Steve